protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago for his country's assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We affirm too our solidarity with the governments and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and Libya at this their current hour of peril, consequent upon the recent natural disasters. We express sincerest condolences for the immense loss of lives. Your Excellencies, across the world today, in large measure, men and women are pained, gripped with melancholy, and are adrift. They are perplexed, even confused, at the complexities and challenges of our human condition, which is awash with multiple contradictions, from which arise a yearning for sustainable resolutions. Large numbers of people globally are possessed of an admixture of resignation, a sense of futility, a routinization of indifference, even cynicism. And yet, at the same time, there is resident in them, in us, an elemental hopefulness and a sense of social solidarity, a search for justice and goodness, a pursuance of equity and equality, and a quest for peace, security, and prosperity for all, not only for a privileged few in a handful of privileged nations. It is widely acknowledged that the global political economy is broken and needs fixing, not by tinkering here and there, but through fundamental restructuring of a kind that endures for the benefit of all humanity, especially those who are disadvantaged, dispossessed, or marginalized. It is widely accepted, too, that the vital sustainable development goals will not be attained by 2030. Indeed, there will be a significant deficit for practically every developing country. Similarly, it is widely recognized that the climate change agenda is stalling, in some respects reversing, with dire consequences for humanity practically in most of the vulnerable countries. At the same time, war and conflict rage senselessly across the globe. In at least one case, Ukraine, the principal adversaries may unwittingly open the gates to a nuclear Armageddon. Contemporary drivers of insecurity and conflict are all jostling in an invidious march to infamy and human misery. The expansive and expanding list includes racism and xenophobia, the continuing oppression of women under a patriarchy in too many countries, the seemingly uncontrollable chariots of artificial intelligence, the threatening pandemics and the anti-people consortia of big pharma, poverty and food insecurity, ignorance, miseducation, and disinformation, terrorism and its associated malcontents, the illegal trafficking in persons and narcotics, the subversion of participatory democracy and human rights, the failure and/or refusal of former colonial powers to entertain just and legitimate demands for reparations, to repair the contemporary legacies of underdevelopment caused by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, and the failure and/or refusal of the major emitters of greenhouse gases to cough up the requisite resources to the affected vulnerable countries for the required adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage. And the list goes on. The heard melodies are troubling. Those unheard are damning. Excellencies, powerful countries and blocs of like-minded states are unwilling or unable to fashion inclusive and efficacious modalities through a genuine multilateralism to address the extant challenges facing humanity. They reflect actions in quest of a continuing imperium or an emergent hegemony are dressed up as self-serving calls for a new world order, all sauce and gall, but of little or no substance, difficult to swallow. From the rough trenches of the periphery, St. Vincent and the Grenadines poses yet again, in response, three haunting questions. What's new? Which world? And who gives the orders? In this context, the urgency of genuine reform of the United Nations Security Council is to be embraced after decades of futile bickering and foot-dragging. Surely it is long overdue for sensible compromises on this matter, reflective of the contemporary condition of our world. In these troubled and uncertain times, enveloped in limitations and weaknesses, there are nevertheless possibilities and strengths. The wise and mature leadership of this collective, the United Nations, is immediately required in this great endeavor to put things right for humanity. We gathered here as representatives of national or regional interests are not and cannot reasonably be agents of purely impersonal forces driving humanity inexorably to further peril and even damnation. Notwithstanding the imperfections of a multilateral system grounded in international law and civilized norms, we at this assembly, in concert with each other and our peoples, can be the fresh hope, the beacon, the light, not merely to inspire, but to draw out of each other and our respective peoples a goodness, a high quality and a nobility, which oftentimes we may not even know as yet that we possess. In the process, let us clear certain ideational cobwebs from our brains. It is, for example, wholly unhelpful to frame the central contradictions of our troubled times as revolving around a struggle between autocracies and democracies. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a strong liberal democracy, rejects this wrong-headed thesis. It is evident to all right-thinking persons, devoid of self-serving hypocrisy, that the struggle today between the dominant powers is centered upon the control, ownership, and distribution of the world's resources. The struggle has been and is about who gets what, when, where, and how. Civilized life and living now demands fairness, justice, peace, security, and prosperity for all. This civilized goal is unlikely ever to be satisfactorily attained if the strong and powerful continue with impunity to do what they can, and the weak and fragile suffer what they must, despite their oftentimes enfeebled resistance. Throughout history, powerful countries exhibit a certain schizophrenia. They possess and deploy all their instruments of domination, yet they are racked by bewildering insecurities, which frequently turn them into beasts of unreason to their own detriment. In this way, they overreach and sow seeds of their own downfall. In the process, sadly, they hobble humanity needlessly. Excellencies, let us accord mature consideration to a matter of immediacy in our America, to use Jose Marti's telling formulation. we urge the United States of America, our friend, the most powerful and economically dominant country since the dawn of human civilization, a nation which espouses humane values, to end its unilateral and oppressive sanctions and impositions that are contrary to international law, which have been rolled out against Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. It is also plain silly and factually incorrect to label Cuba a sponsor of state terrorism, a label prompted by partisan domestic politics in South Florida. But it hurts the Cuban people massively and unnecessarily. The sanctions and coercive measures against Venezuela, including the weaponizing of the US dollar, have caused the collapse of the Petro-Carib Agreement, which delivered substantial benefits to over a dozen Caribbean countries, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We in the Caribbean have thus become collateral damage. At the same time, Your Excellencies, it is long overdue for the Republic of China, Taiwan to be brought in from the diplomatic cold. The magnificent Chinese civilization, through the fever of history, has delivered to the contemporary world in practical terms more than one recognizable national political expression institutionally. Surely, Taiwan's quest for participation in relevant specialized agencies of the United Nations is reasonable and ought to be accommodated. Repeatedly, Taiwan has shown itself to be a responsible member of the international community. Peace across the Taiwan Straits is an imperative for the prosperity and security of the world. Excellencies, on the bundle of issues touching on concerning climate change, global warming, biodiversity challenges, land degradation and desertification, there is a veritable Babel, a tower of Babel. There is an overabundance of sweet-sounding lyrics by the major emitters, but they turn out to be bitterly deceptive. A lack or insufficiency of meaningful corrective action by the irresponsible climate polluters, countries and companies, constitute unpardonable, egregious wrongs. Indeed, it is a species of barbarism. The upcoming Conference of Parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in the United Arab Emirates is a critical test of humanity's commitment to save our planet from the ravages of man-made climate change. We know the oft-repeated benchmarks and the corrective agenda. I don't have to repeat them here. In this composite package of policies and measures, a special consideration has to be accorded the most vulnerable countries, such as small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and the poorer communities in climate-distressed areas of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Excellencies, crisscrossing the issue of financing for development in the era of climate change and the downside ramifications of structural distortions in the global economy for poor and vulnerable middle-income countries is the Bridgestone Initiative 2.2. And this has already been endorsed by the Caribbean community, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Association of Small Island States, and dozens of countries in the African Union and elsewhere. This progressive initiative contains creative financing proposals that would result in more resources on highly concessionary terms for the poor and vulnerable regions. The multi-dimensional vulnerability index championed by vulnerable middle-income countries include those in the Caribbean. This finds a place in the reform mix of financing for development. St. Vincent and the Grenadines urges a strong support of the Bridgestone Initiative 2.0 and the MVI by this United Nations General Assembly. St. Vincent and the Grenadines also endorses the initiative of the Bahamas to remove from the OECD, the Rich Club, any global authority it assumes for suzerainty on international taxation and related matters. Properly, they ought to be resident in the United Nations. Excellencies, developing countries must refrain from being mere prideful villagers, obsessed with immediate trifles and blind ourselves to the far more compelling issues beyond our individual control and which demand a unifying solidarity with others to confront successfully our travails. Poor, vulnerable, climate distressed, and resource challenged developing countries are absolutely fed up and insulted by the unfulfilled perennial promises of the developed world on climate financing. Excellencies, in September 2015, at our United Nations, all nations signed on to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals targeted for achievement by 2030. Earlier this week, the bundle of issues centered on the SDGs were accorded a special consideration, and admirably, a refreshing of them has been canvassed. But the critical issue of a sufficiency of financing for development, including climate financing and reparations, remains the proverbial elephant in the room to be effectively harnessed to serve the deserving. Here again, agreed commitments entered into must be translated into real actions. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been insisting as part of the conversation on the SDGs that there must be a special carve-out for reparations from European countries for the legacies of underdevelopment engendered by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, horrendous crimes against humanity. In this matrix, a special focus is required for Haiti. The case for reparatory justice within the framework of the SDGs is compelling and unanswerably strong. The time for reparations has come. This demand will not go away. Africa, the Caribbean, and our diaspora, and others who hanker for a just world insist on it. Excellencies, in our Caribbean community, one of our member states, Haiti, continues to be confronted by multiple existential challenges of immediacy, lodged in the political, security, social, humanitarian, and environmental domains. CARICOM is seeking to facilitate a political solution by engaging the widest cross-sections of stakeholders to fashion a government of national unity to replace that which is bedeviled by a lack of legitimacy and effectiveness, and to prepare the way for democratic elections in a suitable time frame. The United Nations Security Council cannot reasonably stand askance from this process in circumstances in which the criminal gangs, inclusive of those with links to the government and the national police, are essentially in control of the capital city. Security supports, not an imperial invasion, are required to accompany the political consensus so as to bolster humanitarian assistance, economic development, and a more orderly way of life and living. The situation is dire and growing worse by the day. We must not allow ourselves the luxury of Haiti fatigue. Indeed, the guns and bullets in the hands of the Haitian gangs are also in the bosoms of assorted criminals across the Caribbean and Latin America, and sourced mainly from the USA. The US, the Caribbean, and Latin American governments must work together more earnestly to stop this massive flow of guns and bullets. Across the globe, resolutions to wars and perennial conflicts are urgently required. The terrible situations, for example, in Ukraine, Palestine, several countries in Africa and elsewhere, cry out for peaceful settlements between the warring tribes. It is humane and wrong for the Palestinian people to be enduring colonial domination and externally induced suffering for decades. In our America, Your Excellencies, CELAC, led currently by the pro tempore presidency of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is at the forefront of seeking to fortify our political cooperation and enhance integration efforts. CELAC is building vital bridges with several blocks across the world and countries. All this is designed to promote peace, security, prosperity, and sustainable development for all. It is vital that our shared experiences be translated into shared expressions, including institutional expressions, to get the practical work done to enhance life, living, and production for all humanity. And CELAC ought to be allowed to follow the African Union into membership of the G20. Let us be more inclusive in solving intractable problems in practical ways. I thus welcome the proposed initiative, the proposal of the European Union to initiate an institutional summit between the EU, the African Union, CELAC, ASEAN, and with the Secretary General of the United Nations. I await the details. Excellencies, the days of masters and vassals are over. The days of imperialism are drawing nigh, and the would-be hegemons waiting in the wings with their illusions of grandeur, past or imagined, are bound for disillusionment. In any new world order, the metaphoric lambs and the lions must lie down and rise up together in mutual self-interest and respect, and for a better world. This world of 8 billion people deserves better. We in the developing world reject the crumbs. There is a loaf to be shared reasonably, with equity, and we must be at the deciding and the eating tables. Those who think that we speak with our heads in the clouds are profoundly mistaken. We know that in the great cathedral of the sky, there is a sun for steeple. It illuminates our pathways. We see things clearly. Men and women who see things clearly will never give up in the pursuit of peace, goodness, equity, and justice. We do so with urgency, yet with a patience and a calm, knowing that even now the greener leaves explode, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. As I conclude, a summation from one of my country's poets, Daniel Williams, is apt. We are all time. Only the future is ours to desecrate. The present is the past, and the past our fathers' mischiefs. In order to avoid the desecration of the future, we must be serious about the challenges at hand and work assiduously in solidarity to address them satisfactorily. To be sure, there is no perfection this side of eternity, but we can do better than we have been doing. Time is not on our side. Let us sleep not to dream, but dream to change the world for the better. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mata Afa, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mata Afa, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. I invite Her Excellency to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. Samoa extends congratulations and best wishes to Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, on the assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. We are so delighted to see Trinidad and Tobago, a sister small island developing state, at the helm of our organization for the next 12 months. You have Samoa's full support in the successful execution of your mandate. It is an honor to address this assembly on behalf of the government and people of Samoa. We remain steadfast in our support of this multilateral institution and recognize that international cooperation is essential to fight for a just, more sustainable, and peaceful future for our people and planet. Whilst many global challenges remain, it is our hope that in the spirit of global solidarity and unity, we can address with urgency the threats of the climate crisis, the accelerated loss of biodiversity, the erosion of human rights and human health, worsening conflicts, the abuse of information and new technologies, and garnering the political will to strengthen our collectivism towards sustainable development. The theme for this year's General Assembly speaks to our priorities and helps to frame our continued engagement with our United Nations family. Excellencies, the effects of climate change are etching a deepening and more devastating impact on our lives. The first half of 2023 was characterized by record temperatures in many regions of the world, intense water temperatures in various ocean basins, droughts in parts of Africa, Europe, and Asia, severe flooding, as well as cyclones and devastating wildfires in Greece, northeastern Canada, and Hawaii, decimating lives and livelihoods to ash and barren landscapes. I extend Samoa's deep condolences to the people of Lahaina, Maui, families and friends who have been lost in one of the worst wildfires to have ever affected a Pacific Island community. Indeed, our sympathies go out to all those affected by these devastating disasters. But our sympathies will only take us so far, and we will continually face these ever-worsening disasters if we continue to deny addressing their root causes. Scientists have warned of imminent and more frequent and many more extreme weather events, resulting in more lives lost and costlier, less resilient infrastructure. Excellencies, June of 2023 is remembered for the warmest ever recorded global average temperatures, up by more than 1.2 Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. Efforts to reduce global emissions, such as investing in clean and affordable energy, moving towards green, resilient economies, tackling deforestation, reducing the reliance on fossil fuels and protecting nature must be everyone's priority for the sake of humanity. Targeted solutions must be complemented by ensuring climate finance for frontline countries and utilizing the best available science and technology. Our expectations for the upcoming COP28 in UAE include crystallized commitments to bring about our envisioned reality. In particular, we wish to highlight the importance of operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund as quickly as possible. For all AOSIS members, maintaining global temperatures below the 1.5 degrees Celsius is a point of no return. Crossing this threshold spells the end of many of our island societies. We view the climate crisis as an intersecting one, causing damage to the wider environments such as the biodiversity that forms the web of life we depend on for our livelihoods and economic growth. More than 1 billion people rely on forests for their livelihoods, and land and the ocean absorb more than half of all carbon emissions. The climate problem is worsening as the world's natural carbon sinks, such as our oceans and rainforests, cease to spawn life. Samoa, as a core member of the SIDS Coalition for Nature, joins the crescendo of voices for the better protection of our biodiversity. Excellencies, the ocean is a vital resource for food and livelihoods, and hence requires responsible stewardship that is integral in maintaining our Pacific identity, as the ocean is in us and we are the ocean. The healthy ocean will help in our fight against climate change. As the Blue Pacific continent, we must ensure that our oceans can still provide for us as we sustainably manage our marine resources, ecosystems, and biodiversity. We urge our member states to assist in combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in our region, which deprives our small island developing states of much needed revenue in a time of increased fiscal stress. We believe in the interconnectedness of our responsibilities to our people and planet as reflected in the collective stewardship of our ocean and the goodwill that resulted in the adoption of the new treaty protecting biodiversity on the high seas. This is an important milestone in the path to sustainably managing the high seas and our ocean resources. So let us all sign the treaty for a timely ratification. Similarly, we are engaged in the ongoing negotiations on a treaty to end plastic pollution. The need to address the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority as this is a threat to our ecosystems and health. Excellencies, non-communicable diseases are a priority area for Samoa and our Blue Continent. Currently, chronic NCDs are overtaking communicable diseases as the dominant health problem and are the leading causes of mortality, morbidity, and disability. At the national level, NCDs account for almost half of the deaths, premature deaths, in fact, in Samoa. We have one of the highest obesity, particularly among children. Current data, however, shows some positive trends in the falling prevalence rates of alcohol drinkers and increase in the prevalence of people who are physically active. These statistics are catalysts for programs to promote healthier lifestyles. The government of Samoa has made people-centered health services and NCD control a priority in its pathway for the development of Samoa of 2019 to 2025, and has also issued the National NCD Policy of 2019 to 2023. With support from its development partners, the Samoa government launched a comprehensive program in May 2020 with the aim to build people-centered and systematic NCD service provision to strengthen primary health care, empower communities, promote early detection and effective referral of NCDs, and increase population awareness of NCD risk factors. Samoa remains committed to the global fight against NCDs through scaled up capacity building of all stakeholders, quality assured data collection, and statistics for informed and forward-looking policy decisions, as well as strategic partnerships to mobilize resources and support. To help address the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, we believe that access to a balanced and nutritional diet is a national priority. It's important to return to locally produced, quality, fresh foods with less reliance on processed, imported foods. Nutrition and exercise in combination with other lifestyle changes will do more to curb NCDs, but these efforts must be enhanced by financial support for advocacy and capacity building of our health and educational professionals. We learned from the COVID pandemic experience that in the event of a global crisis, supply chain issues will disproportionately affect small island states in favor of larger markets. We targeted measures to enable self-reliance in terms of food production and responsible consumption, and the promotion of local food systems. In this area, we relied on our support from our partner agencies, such as the FAO, particularly in the promotion of transformative food systems. Excellencies, small island developing states, or SIDS, face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede their ability to achieve sustainable development. Most SIDS, including Samoa, face high indebtedness, which is compounded every time there is rebuilding after a natural disaster. We know that natural disasters will increase in frequency and severity as long as climate change remains unaddressed. A multidimensional vulnerability index, therefore, will allow for the inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance. We are appreciative of the fact that the MVI is a tool that aims to create a richer lens on vulnerability, and as SIDS, we look forward to early endorsement and implementation of the MVI. Excellencies, we believe that there are a great many opportunities which arise from an increasingly digitized world, especially in connecting our people in remote areas. We need to take better care of our citizens from the very real threats from cyber fraud and cyber attacks. We need assistance in ensuring that our infrastructure and financial institutions are safeguarded against cyber threats, and that we can build our capacity to address and combat these threats. In this regard, we are mindful of the ongoing work of the open-ended working group on security of and in the use of information and communications technologies, 2021 to 2025, which will report to the Assembly in 2025. Excellencies, we remain concerned that the war in Ukraine is still ongoing with no resolution in sight. We hope for a future of a world peace, free from conflict, high-tech cyber and electronic crimes, social media abuse and online child sexual exploitation, and threats of terrorism in any form. For a small island developing nation like Samoa, we rely on the collective responsibility of the global community to achieve this through international cooperation, compliance with international law, diplomacy, and with the UN Charter as our guide. Excellencies, we live in a highly contested region that is attracting intensified geostrategic interest. For small island countries in the Pacific like Samoa, security is more than geostrategic power. An expanded definition of security for the region reflects our desire to nuance our priorities and the demand for climate resilient and environmentally conscious infrastructure, rather than simply viewing them through a lens of strategic competition. In this way, we can ensure living in peace. As a small nation with no military force, we continue to highlight the importance of multilateral platforms and the UN in conflict resolution and governance. We believe in the rule of law, and we hope that respect for this principle guides us through the types of conflicts we see today. International cooperation is needed now more than ever. Building resilience at the national level can only take us so far. Samoa is confident that despite all the challenges, even existential threats for some of us, there is still hope if there is unity amongst our UN family. We have a moral obligation to change our world for the better and leave hope for our future generations. In closing, let me reaffirm Samoa's commitment to the United Nations and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all issues that transcend national boundaries. We reiterate our call to the United Nations through its multiplicity of agencies to better understand our unique cultures, respect our diversity, and embrace our differences to help build a future we want through mutual and sustainable partnerships. Mr. President and Your Excellencies, I wish you all a successful 78th session of the United Nations Assembly, and I thank you again for this opportunity to address the Assembly.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of the independent state of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor in this, my second year as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, to join with members of the global family of nations and speak on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at home and in their diaspora. I must first extend, however, condolences to people across the world who, in a summer of scorching heat, the hottest in recorded human history, suffered every disaster known to humanity: fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and with them untold personal, social, and economic tragedies. I especially extend the heartfelt pain of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at the recent disasters in Libya and Morocco. We in St. Kitts and Nevis are suffering the worst drought of our history, resulting in severe water shortage. Of course, we have not escaped. Mr. President, I extend sincere congratulations to you on your elections as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. Your election has given pride and satisfaction to St. Kitts and Nevis, and indeed the Caribbean community, and it stands as further testimony to the fact that small island developing states can contribute to positions of global leadership. Your term comes at a time of international complexity and conflict, of great global tensions and even greater global aspirations, of new geopolitical dynamics and even newer technologies which are transforming every aspect of life as we know it. These are times of great divide in income and well-being, combined with such growing insularity and loss of trust that it shouts the need for what Secretary General Guterres has rightly identified as the centrality of prevention, coordination, and partnership. St. Kitts and Nevis shares the view that this must be a period of prevention of the greatest downslide, socially, economically, environmentally, and of security for the people of the world. Mr. President, there exists an alarming lack of trust the world over. Lack of trust in state and global organizations, lack of trust in traditional media, and what some regard as its management and manipulation of information, and Mr. President, a lack of trust in the political class. In a world of distrust, the United Nations and its member states must show a sense of caring, inclusion, respect for the dignity of all to ensure we, the peoples, is a statement of unity and a clarion call for the word common to be truly reflected in how we view global commons and how we together achieve the agenda of the common good. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, leaders, particularly those in wealthier countries, must mean what they say and say what they mean. Developing countries are groaning under the weight of burgeoning challenges, not of their own making, and I would dare say some of which were inherited as a result of colonialization and transatlantic slave trade. Millions of Africans were uprooted from their homelands and transported across the Atlantic in the hulls of ships to be enslaved on plantations. This was the largest forced migration in human history, and it resulted in great wealth for some at the expense of the lives and the humanization of African peoples. It must be noted that compensation was paid to plantation owners, while the survivors of this crime against humanity were left in suffering and were hindered in their socio-economic development. Thus, it is past time for reparatory justice. I therefore encourage all to work together constructively as partners in the pursuit of and respect for justice. For as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The climate challenge must continue to be highlighted. The industrial behemoth countries and companies push SIDS and others to the front lines of climate change. They accept little responsibility for financing the adaptation and mitigation measures necessary for the survival of developing countries, which suffer the consequences of the lifestyles and industries of others. Consequently, countries like mine, which are unable to access concessionary funding, are forced to fix the climate crisis by obtaining loans at exorbitant rates from the very countries where the problem originated. Our carbon footprint as a country is very small, yet we face the existential threat of climate change. This is unjust. We therefore call for climate justice. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, there's an urgent need for the international community to address the gaps and shortfalls of the current international financial architecture, with a view to strengthening support for SIDS, in particular through a multilateral sovereign debt mechanism, meaningful reform of the governance of the international financial institutions, and enhanced access to financial resources. I congratulate the World Bank on recent steps in the right direction. However, there's still much ground to cover if states like mine are not to fail and our economies and societies are to remain viable. I commend the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, as having the potential to effect the kind of changes that are essential to ensure equitable growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, I see as an outcome to addressing the issue of access to capital, the development of a relevant and effective MVI, multidimensional vulnerability index. I would like to caution, however, that to be effective, debt must be part of the metrics used for assessment and ranking of countries. Further, the risk and cost of wipeout environmental events, those which in a single event or series of events literally wipe out 5% of GDP or more, as well as the capacity to recover from such events, are all important metrics if the MVI is to work. Mr. President, at the national level, our government has commenced efforts to further ensure the holistic and resilient development of our communities. This undertaking is articulated in our vision to transform our country into a sustainable island state by 2040 and demonstrates the determination with which we take ownership of our own destiny and pursue our sustainable development aspirations. Our vision is buttressed by the 7 pillars: food security, green energy transition, economic diversification, sustainable industries, the orange economy, COVID-19 recovery, and social protection. These overarching areas include environmental sustainability, sustainable lives and livelihoods, health and wellness, and fiscal and debt resilience. To this end, we have made strides towards geothermal energy production and utilized loans from the CDB for this national development project, along with collaboration with groups such as the Atlantic Council and the PAC 30 initiative. healthcare delivery and management have been strengthened. We have learned the lessons of the pandemic and are now better prepared for the crisis in health, even though the work continues. We are also building more transparent and participatory governance structures, as demonstrated by the passing into law the Integrity in Public Life and Good Governance legislations. We have also developed programs for the most vulnerable and marginalized, specifically women, youth, the elderly, the disabled, and the Rastafari community. We want to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis leaves no one behind. Mr. President, we aspire to create a society where our people can live in safety and security. However, we are plagued by the scourge that is the proliferation of illicit and untraceable weapons flowing into our region. States that manufacture these weapons must take greater responsibility to combat the illegal flows that can threaten our national and regional security and can have devastating socio-economic consequences. We cannot win this fight against the guns on our own. International cooperation is necessary if we are to ensure the protection of our societies and our people. To this end, we thank the United States for increasing its collaboration with the region, with my own country, to deal with the illicit transshipment of guns and to buttress our overall national security apparatus. We must continue to work together to ensure continued success in this regard. Mr. President, it is of great concern that glaring global inequities persist and are growing wider despite sustained calls for global solidarity, action, and cooperation. For example, Venezuela has been placed in a precarious situation as a result of the application of sanctions, and its people continue to bear the brunt of these unilateral measures. We therefore strongly urge constructive dialogue between the governments of the Republic of Venezuela and the United States to relieve the hardships these impositions have caused the Venezuelan people. Further, it ought to be noted that while others benefit from access to Venezuela's natural resources, its Caribbean neighbors are denied as a result of these sanctions. Mr. President, continuing with inequities and the need for respect for sovereign states, Cuba, which has been a generous global partner, is caught in the clutches of an unjust and continuing economic, commercial, and financial embargo, which has caused suffering on a people who do not deserve it. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis stand in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba and call for the immediate ending of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, speaking to the issue of governments and peoples who are excluded from the full participation within the United Nations and the global multilateral systems, I recall the situation of Taiwan. Taiwan has proven itself to be a reliable development partner, which greatly contributes to collective efforts to address the pressing global issues of today. It is our firm belief that Taiwan should be able to make its contribution to the work and budget of multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the World Health Assembly in furtherance of the common global goals. And it is a hope that the right of its 23 million people to adequate representation can be realized. Moreover, we urge for peace in that region of the world, as war would result in severe consequences for all of us. Mr. President, closer home, the ongoing dire situation in our sister nation, Haiti, demands the sustained attention and support of the international community. Haiti, the first Black republic in the Western Hemisphere, continues to grapple with unimaginable scale of human suffering. A political resolution is urgently needed, while also recognizing that appropriate measures must be taken to reverse Haiti's legacy of underdevelopment. We cannot move forward on the acceleration of the Agenda 2030 if we continue to knowingly and deliberately leave some people behind. Mr. President, we are living in a world in flux, where new emerging poles and spheres of influence are challenging the existing so-called rules-based order. New currencies are being internationalized. New trade routes are taking shape, and new security, political, and economic blocs are emerging to drive geopolitical advantage. The voice of the global South is growing bolder, with increasingly louder rumblings among powerful blocs calling for change. The need for an enhanced role and presence of developing countries from the global South within the UN Security Council could not be more compelling. And we are convinced that in the face of these complex changes, the reform of the Security Council is necessary to better reflect contemporary geopolitical realities and enhance its effectiveness. In conclusion, this reform is critical. Let us consider a reset. On the heels of the 40th anniversary of independence of my country, the 40th anniversary, we declare that there should be a reset. We can consider it here, for it gives us the opportunity to establish an improved path to what we seek to achieve as an assembly. For today, at a time that is as challenging as it is exciting, we stand at the juncture of what is and what could be. We know what is. We understand what could be. Ours is a challenge to ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. St. Kitts and Nevis accepts the challenge and remains a ready and willing partner in our collective quest for a better world that we all deserve, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Okay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose Ulysses Correa E. Silva, the Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Jose Ulysses Correa E. Silva, Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I would like to greet you on the behalf of the people of Cabo Verde. We have engaged in this session's general debate with a view to accelerating action on Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals. The theme of the general debate must indeed mobilize nations toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Excellencies, the world has experienced periods of intense crisis. We have observed a resurgence of populism and extremism, as well as attacks on democracy. There have been successive coups d'etats in African countries. In these difficult times of war in Ukraine, Cape Verde is on the side of values and principles of freedom and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of peoples and nations. Based on these principles and values, we condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In these challenging times caused by instability and successive coups d'etats in African countries, Cape Verde is on the side of principles and values of constitutional liberal democracy. Based on these principles, we condemn coups d'etats as a means to achieve power. A recent survey conducted by Afrobarometro shows that 2/3 of Africans prefer democracy over any other form of government, but only 38% are satisfied with how democracy works in their countries. If, on the one hand, there is a disconnect between the citizens and political power with respect to the workings of democracy, on the other hand, there is an opportunity. Citizens' preference for democracy is an opportunity for more and better democracy, good governance, more citizen empowerment, fighting corruption, fiscal, financial, and political transparency, and policies based on results that generally impact people's lives and create trust and hope. Credible and trustworthy electoral and judicial systems, freedom of the press, promoting pluralism, and strong institutions are fundamental for political actors and citizens' trust in the rules of democracy. They prevent serious crises and extreme conflicts and strengthen democracy. These are issues of a political nature that merit engagement and discussion with a sense of urgency by political leaders to allow stability and trust to drive peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability. With a spirit of collaboration and resoluteness, Cape Verde is committed to working side by side with all member states of the United Nations to address insecurity in the West African region and in the rest of the world. Together, nations united can convert this challenge into an opportunity to build a safer world where peace, stability, and prosperity are accessible to all peoples. The world is increasingly interlinked. The COVID-19 pandemic was an intense and grave example of how no one is safe when insecurity spreads and respects no borders. Partnerships among nations is key to overcome threats to world security. And we are referring to security in a broad and global sense. Health security, climate and environmental security in the context of pandemics and climate change, food security and security in the context of deep inequalities in access to basic items such as water, electricity, and sanitation in the home, security against drug trafficking, terrorism, piracy, human trafficking, and cybercrime. The pandemic potential of any of these security factors is enormous and known. Only through close collaboration, partnership, and solidarity will we be able to create an environment of global and lasting security. We must commit to conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and post conflict reconstruction as integral parts of the journey toward the SDGs. Excellencies, the challenges of achieving the SDGs have increased. The difficult global context must not cause us to discontinue nor weaken our commitments to the Agenda 2030. On the contrary, we must accelerate reforms, investments, financing, partnerships, and international solidarity. We must implement reforms in the international financial architecture. We must operationalize climate and environmental financing instruments. We must substantially increase special drawing rights and simplify the rules for their issuance and attribution. We must provide debt relief to the least developed countries. We must have fair and relevant representation of African countries in the community of nations, including the United Nations Security Council and international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF. We must decisively move the multidimensional vulnerability index forward and its application by the international community as a criterion for access to low cost and long term financing for SIDS, and as a criterion for a greater volume of financing. Development is a long and demanding journey. On this journey, the external context of countries is key and determinant. Development partnerships, and particularly the conditions of financing, are important. But there is a determinant condition. Development is achievable only with a strong endogenous commitment in each country. Governments, citizens, companies, and civil society organizations. There must be a strong commitment to establishing political, institutional, economic, and social environments that stimulate citizens, companies, and civil society organizations to channel their energy, skills, and resources toward personal, organizational, and collective development. We must also have a strong commitment to good political, economic, social, and environmental governance. Persons, institutions, and trust are the keys to success. In Cabo Verde, this is our belief. Mr. President, Africa must grow more and be better integrated into the world economy in order to produce, export, create well paid jobs, eradicate extreme poverty, and ensure happiness for our peoples. Africa needs structural transformations in the profile of many economies based on commodities with low added value to diversify their economies, better integrate them into value chains, and increase their competitiveness. We need transformations at the level of reducing vulnerabilities, increasing resilience, and responding to external economic, financial, energy, climate, and pandemic shocks. We need structural transformations in connectivity, which is a major constraint upon African economic integration. Africa needs to decisively, consistently, and effectively bet on human capital, quality education for all, health for all, access to basic needs such as water, electricity, and sanitation in the home of each family. Long-term transformative investments require concessional funding, predictability, scale-up effects, and adequate execution time in order to produce significant impacts. The weight of foreign debt, the levels of sovereign risks, and the financing conditions for African countries and companies are grave matters that block the paths toward development. They require structured and consistent solutions. We need mechanisms that create virtuous cycles. The conversion of debt into climate and environmental financing is one such mechanism. These transformations can free up resources for investments that increase in resilience, reduce exposure to external shocks, lower carbon emissions, protect biodiversity, create investment opportunities for the private sector, and create skilled job opportunities for youth. Cabo Verde and Portugal recently signed an agreement to convert bilateral debt into climate and environmental financing to achieve these goals. More partner contributions will increase the size of transformative investments and accelerate their impacts. Cabo Verde remains firm in our commitment to achieve the SDGs with integrated policies. Our goal is to eradicate extreme poverty by 2026. We will leave no one behind in education. We are accelerating energy transition. We are investing in reducing dependence on underground water sources for agriculture. We wish to transform Cabo Verde into a digital nation and diversify our economy. We embrace the United Nations Agenda 2030 as our path toward progress. Our second Sustainable Development Plan is geared toward this commitment. We reaffirm our firm resolve to implement the commitments to which we have just agreed during the SDG Summit, which are vital for this decade of action. We are called to design intelligent actions toward international peace and security, and thus accelerate prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, heads of states and governments, Your Excellency, the President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, peace and God's blessings be upon you all. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you here at this historic podium to participate in the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, we express our heartfelt congratulations to you and to the state of Trinidad and Tobago on your election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I assure you of Somalia's full readiness to work with you as you undertake your new responsibilities. And I would also like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to your predecessor, Mr. Shabak Rosso, for his successful leadership of the past session. Mr. President, the theme of this session, which is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals. And here I would like to recall a Somali proverb, Akoni Araga Kama Harisio, which is translated as to be without knowledge is to be without light. Somalia is a country that has been blessed by God with a steadfast people with great and uncountable abilities. And we see clearly the great contradictions between the promise in the land on the one hand and the harsh realities on the other hand that we face. Therefore, I stand before you today here to bear witness to the dire consequences of inaction, because I realize what this inaction means to ordinary, innocent people when the sustainable goals of development remain unachieved. And while we are at the midpoint in the implementation of the SDGs, we must be able to renew and accelerate our actions as the time for complacency has passed. Future generations are looking to us as leaders and as states and as establishments to enhance efforts so that we would arrive at innovative solutions to our problems and our crises, and to create effective partnerships to transform promises to policies and to transform commitments to tangible measures. We must honor our moral responsibility not to leave anyone behind. And this is the best way to ensure that everyone lives in peace and prosperity and development and progress sustainably. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the fragility of our interconnected world, but it has also showed the power of solidarity and cooperation during difficult times. This painful experience has exposed gaps in our ability to mobilize resources and in the mechanisms of preparedness and pandemic prevention, and the need to respond quickly to international emergencies. Therefore, we must adopt a policy that includes the entire society. Therefore, we call for establishing platforms to coordinate policies at the global and regional levels, and to collect resources and expertise to enhance protection measures to protect against pandemics and maintain readiness. And we must do this on a basis of equality and the SDGs as basic principles to enhance our collective capabilities to detect these shocks, respond to them, recover from them, and enhance our global solidarity. The differences and inequalities in the ability to access resources during the COVID showed the urgent need to restructure the global financial order, and it has become more urgent than ever before. We live in one world, an interconnected world, whose peoples have the same aspirations and challenges. Therefore, we are in urgent need to adopt a financial system that is able to change these tangible and painful realities. The time has come. The time has come to leave behind obsolete structures and to remedy historic ills and to build a financial order that is in line with the values of joint prosperity and collective progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot plant the seeds of stability and progress unless there is a land that is nourished with the principles of consultation and inclusiveness. Today, our world faces unprecedented challenges as we witness the unprecedented increase in violence. We see that new technologies such as artificial intelligence pose new and terrifying threats. The noticeable increase in armed conflicts and military coups, especially in the African continent, is a source of deep concern because these conflicts have a destructive impact on the lives of civilians and lead to displacement and poverty at an expanded level. All of these issues are issues that Somal is still struggling to recover from. And in light of the most recent international incidents and which bring back to mind our painful past, we call for an immediate and comprehensive cessation of violence and destruction. We call for abiding by democratic principles and protecting constitutional systems that guarantee civil liberties. Mr. President, in an era that is witnessing an increase in hatred and violence, Somalia remains guided by the principles of noble Islam and it remains as an advocate and a firm advocate for the principles of tolerance between the different faiths and enhancing mutual understanding. We clearly and unequivocally condemn the racial discrimination and oppression that is targeting Muslim communities in many areas of the world. We believe deeply that we cannot achieve harmony in the world except through diversity and through eliminating bigotry. The cause of Palestine that remains intractable continues to be a source of shame to us all, and we assert to you and we confirm that Somalia will continue to defend the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination. And we reiterate our call for the two-state solution that is just and that respects the 1967 borders. Our solidarity with Palestine is true testament to our belief in justice and democracy and the defense of human rights. Somalia welcomes the new agenda for peace proposed by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, because it reminds us that conflicts are as a result of not dealing with the problems of inequality. And we completely agree with the need to make every effort to remedy the root causes of conflict through a comprehensive development, through dialogue, and through the protection of human rights. Mr. President, we live in a world that is fragmented on one end and unequal on the other. Therefore, I call for my colleagues and my fellow leaders to work together to reform multilateral institutions such as the United Nations, development banks, the Security Council of the United Nations, because these establishments and their current structures are no longer fit for purpose. Therefore, we must all work together and collectively to implement a collective agenda that would make these establishments and institutions more inclusive, more transparent, and accountable, and more fit for purpose. The Summit of the Future, launched by the United Nations Secretary General, is a unique opportunity to tackle these common goals. We call on you to stand on the side of peace, justice, and law so that we can establish a world where conflicts are resolved through diplomacy and peaceful means. Mr. President, climate change is an existential threat to humanity, and it is a challenge that knows no borders and responds to no isolated efforts and initiatives. It can only be addressed through a unified will. The extreme climate and weather events and the increased temperatures and the forest fires that decimate entire societies in an unprecedented, unexpected, and often unpredictable way are all realistic reminders of the consequences of the absence of collective action instead of simply being a distant concern. In the past years, Somalia has been the victim of a vicious cycle of prolonged droughts and destructive floods that have killed thousands and displaced millions. And it is a great injustice for Somal, which is the country that had the least to do with carbon emissions globally. It's unfair that it bears the brunt of the negative impacts of climate change. Therefore, we call upon the international community to support us in addressing this urgent issue and in bolstering our resilience in the face of climate change. Mr. President, there is no poorer country compared to where it was in the 1960s than Somalia. Despite this, Somalia, in the past decade, has made tangible progress towards peace and stability, and we have started to witness qualitative and tangible socioeconomic growth. Our country adopts the principle of Somalia that lives at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world. This is the cornerstone of our foreign policy, and we seek to establish peaceful coexistence and meaningful cooperation with our neighbors and partners to achieve joint prosperity. Locally, we have adopted a conciliatory approach to arrive at political settlements and to enhance the internal and permanent cohesion in our society. And we have dealt with an iron fist with extremism so that it would be stamped out. We have also launched a successful campaign against terrorists, and this campaign was military, financial, and ideological, and we managed to clear more than 45% of the areas that were previously occupied by the terrorist Al-Shabaab grouping in less than a year. Mr. President, our efforts over the past year have shown that if we are determined and if we cooperate effectively with our partners and local communities, we would not leave a single stone for the terrorists to crawl under. Therefore, we call for the need to establish a similar approach in dealing with terrorism worldwide. We must guarantee the effective integration of local communities in a manner that protects their rights by offering justice and upholding the rule of law. And here I would like to commend the bravery and the sacrifices made by the African Union's transition mission in Somalia. And I thank the countries that have contributed troops towards this, and we thank our partners and allies for their fraternal support. Somalia is committed to the full implementation of the security transition plan and in taking over full security responsibilities once ATMIS forces depart by the end of December 2024. Here, I would like to reiterate Somalia's call for the complete and unconditional removal of the arms embargo that has been imposed by the Security Council since 1992. It is the longest lasting and the widest and most comprehensive arms embargo in the world, keeping in mind that Somalia today has the necessary administrative systems that are strict in controlling the possession, use, and storage of firearms. Lifting this embargo would allow us to combat terrorism more effectively and build a peaceful and prosperous future for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia looks forward to a bright and prosperous future as we grow closer towards three important milestones. The first one is achieving or meeting the requirements of the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative. We have reached the point of decision in this initiative, and we expect to reach the point of completion by the end of this year in a manner that would pave the way to providing debt relief for Somalia and unchaining the vital resources in Somalia that would allow it to achieve self-development. The second milestone is the post-terrorism stage once the Al-Shabaab or the outlaws group is eliminated. As we continue our campaign to stamp out terrorism, we are optimistic about our chances of achieving socioeconomic progress in a country that is free of security threats. The third milestone is the post-ATMIS phase. Once the foreign forces depart our country and Somalia takes over full responsibility for security. This is an important step to enhance our sovereignty and to renew our social contract with our citizens and to bolster a peaceful and coherent and cohesive society. And we are ready to rejoin the international community as an active and productive partner. We call upon the international community to join us on this journey and to be part of our success. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, Somalia is a beautiful country. It is rich in natural and human resources. Our doors are wide open to all offers of cooperation to invest in our capacities and to bring shared responsibility to all. Invest in Somalia, invest in the future. Peace and God's blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Salomaksai Kamasit, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I have great pleasure in welcoming
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to extend my profound congratulations to His Excellency Dennis Francis on his election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish him a very successful presidency. Today, the international community is facing a multiple crisis at a level we had never experienced before. Following the negative impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the major challenges facing developing countries varies from an increasing extreme poverty, external debt, and unjust international financial architecture to extreme natural calamities, external debt, unjust international financial architecture to extreme natural calamities as seen in many parts of the world, especially the recent natural disasters that occurred in Morocco and Libya. I join other speakers in expressing our sympathy and condolences to the people of Morocco and Libya. This has already been compounded by regional tensions and unilateral measures as a result of geopolitical rivalry. All this has not only hampered the hard-earned development progress during the last decades, but also threatened the survival of humankind. At this critical juncture, the most appropriate solutions are needed in order to address such challenges. It requires unified and collective actions that are guided by the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, and we must firmly uphold multilateralism in tackling them. To save our world from another catastrophe, our shared wisdom and united political determination are more critical than ever. This must be done by putting aside any unilateral interests and resolutely avoiding greater confrontation and division among the UN member states. To this end, the United Nations must be reformed in a way that it can effectively fulfill its mandate. We need the UN that is more relevant and effective in the rapidly changing geopolitical landscape and be able to address the challenges threatening international peace, security, and sustainable development. We believe that we are now better equipped to tackle global challenges, which include, among others, scientific, technological advancement, innovation. Yet, without common design, shared responsibilities, and collective action, the most vulnerable people in the world will continue to be left behind. Mr. President, resolving global conflict and disputes by peaceful means is the only viable way to ensure long-lasting peace and coexistence. In this regard, we urge an immediate end to the conflict in Ukraine through peaceful dialogues, without which we all would continue to be impacted. We also demand a peaceful solution to the Middle East problem. The Lao PDR calls for all parties concerned to resume dialogue and restore mutual trust for solving the long overdue Palestinian issue through the establishment of two sovereign states coexisting peaceful in line with the relevant UN resolution. Like many others, the Lao PDR believes that unilateralism, particularly unilateral cohesive measures, not only contravenes the principle of the UN Charter and international law, but also severely cause negative consequences to innocent people, hinder international development of many developing countries. In this regard, my delegation continues to join global call for lifting the economic embargo against Cuba and removing it from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as well as ending all unilateral cohesive measures. Mr. President, approaching the midpoint of implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, many countries are still lagging behind. Therefore, we must further strengthen and scale up our collective efforts, which include harnessing scientific and technological achievements to accelerate sustainable development and unleash new impetus for innovation-driven growth. At the G77 in China summit held in Havana last week, heads of state and governments of developing countries echo that science, technology, and innovation, including information and communication technologies, have become fundamental to addressing global challenges and are one of the driving mechanisms of transformation to accelerate progress towards achieving 2030 agenda. In this context, global governance system based on science, technology, and innovation is essential to identify problems and find effective solutions for sustainable economic development, environment conservation, poverty reduction, and addressing inequality. Likewise, to scale up the implementation of SDG, the UN development system, development partners, and international financial institutions must act together in a more coordinated manner. The UN development system at all levels must also play an essential role in resource mobilization and coordination, including supporting countries in special situations, namely LDCs, LLDCs, and SEEDs, to address their specific challenges. It is evident that one of the key obstacles to SDG implementation has always been insufficient financing. Let me quote the call by the UN Secretary General Guterres: "The global financial system is biased, morally bankrupt, and skewed to benefit wealthy countries." End of quote. This is a clear signal that the reform of the international financial architecture is an urgent and long overdue task. And this cannot be done without strengthening the participation of developing countries in international economic decision-making, norm setting, and global economic governance in order to adapt to the challenging global economic landscape. Mr. President, the SDG is not just a global development goal, but for the Lao PDR, it is a national commitment. In addition to 17 global SDG, the Lao PDR has SDG 18, which is achieve lives saved from unexploded ordnance, or UXO. Although most of its indicators have advanced to different degrees, the UXO remains a threat to our national development and poses an obstacle to other SDG. We therefore take this opportunity to call for continued support and assistance from the international community to address these prolonged and challenging tasks. For the remainders of SDG, their integration into our national strategies signifies our unwavering dedication. Despite our great effort, the progress base remains less than desirable, as many have stagnated or regressed. The Lao government is now carrying out the third voluntary national review process, conducting track analysis for selected SDGs to identify what need more attention and support. We will present our VNR at the 2024 High-Level Political Forum. In addition, the Lao government has taken various measures, including development of financing strategy as part of the integrated national financing framework, with a view to building a more resilient national financing architecture, as well as opening a window of opportunity to meet the financing needs. As for the LDC graduation effort, we are embarking on the adoption of the National Smooth Transition Strategy, which will help the government, development partners, and relevant stakeholders to stay focused more on development priorities, addressing the most pressing needs and challenges that may disrupt the country's graduation process. Mr. President, the Lao PDR has considerable natural capital, rich biodiversity, and abundant water resources, with opportunity to renewable energy development and investment in carbon capture and storage, which can provide the country with significant development potentials. In this context, we see the important role of science, technology, and innovation in advancing the country's national development agenda to promote green and inclusive growth, as well as digital economy over resource-driven economies with a view to enhancing sustainable use of natural resources. In this connection, the Lao PDR has adopted its National Digital Economy Development Vision and Strategy. Although the Lao PDR is among the countries who contribute the least to global emission, like others, we are the victim of climate change. Nevertheless, we are strongly committed ourselves to the international climate obligations. The Lao government has already adopted national strategy for climate change, but to ensure its full and effective implementation, it requires sufficient financial resources as well as technical assistance. That means an access to climate finance and other funding resources, which would greatly support developing countries. In this regard, my country urges to realize the international commitment, particularly $100 billion in climate finance for countries in need the most. To this end, our delegation trusts that the outcome of the Climate Ambition Summit 2023 will lay a foundation for concrete actions in the lead up to COP28. Mr. President, this year marks the 56th anniversary of the establishment of Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. As an intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation, ASEAN has not only upheld the regionalism and multilateralism, but also played a central role in maintaining and promoting peace, security, and development in the region. We in ASEAN are committed to further strengthen the ASEAN community, as well as enhancing ASEAN unity and centrality in our engagement with external partners, including through ASEAN-led mechanism in order to promote an enabling environment for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region and beyond. In 2024, the Lao PDR will assume the ASEAN chairmanship with the theme ASEAN Enhancing Connectivity and Resilience. The Lao PDR will continue to build upon the past achievement of ASEAN in strengthening the ASEAN community and enhancing ASEAN external relations with our partners for more connected and resilient ASEAN. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the Lao PDR's commitment to multilateralism with the United Nations at the core, as well as the firm determination to advancing the implementation of the three pillars of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, so no one is left behind. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassan, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
ክቡር ፕሬዝዳንት፣
Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to address this August Assembly representing Ethiopia. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Your Excellency on your election as the President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. I assure you of my country's full support in the execution of your responsibilities.
when the world is faced with a multitude of challenges, in such times, we must ask ourselves, do we have the necessary political will to choose the global partnership over geopolitical competition? Are we prepared to work together towards a promising age of shared prosperity? Are we also committed to working together to serve our planet and to meet the aspiration of over 8 billion people? The uncomfortable truth is that we are increasingly witnessing policy choices that escalate tensions, threatening the peace and stability of the world. Poverty and hunger are rising. The progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of track, pushing the objective of eliminating extreme poverty by 2030 even further behind. The global inflation and the rise in cost of living are undermining development gains, further worsening the challenges of the most vulnerable communities. Investment in human capital and skills development remain critical for developing countries. Climate change continues to cause devastating impacts across the globe. Africa and other climate vulnerable regions are enduring disproportionate adverse effects. The target of mobilizing $100 billion by 2030 to support mitigation and adaptation efforts of developing countries has not been achieved. The upcoming COP28 climate change conference to be held in the United Arab Emirates should thus be seized as an opportune moment to take bold actions. The threat of nuclear weapons is another source of grave concern for humanity. The international community needs to prioritize dialogue to de-escalate tensions and prevent the threat of nuclear weapons. We should also ensure that new technologies such as artificial intelligence are used responsibly in a manner that benefits humanity. The global community can address these challenges through meaningful cooperation. The letter and spirit of the United Nations Charter demands that we come together to tackle this challenge with the highest sense of urgency and partnership. Ethiopia calls on all member states to recommit the Charter of the United Nations. Maintaining the status quo will not advance our shared interest of ensuring peace and prosperity. We should collectively work for an inclusive multilateral system to renew our global solidarity. Mr. President, a new global collective security system that respects the sovereignty of member states and prevents conflict is vital. As a long-time champion and active participant in the UN mandated peacekeeping operations across the globe, Ethiopia underscores that reforming the UN Security Council is not a choice, but absolute necessity. We need a reformed and representative Security Council that is fit for purpose, allocating permanent seats for Africa, as contained in our continental common position is politically and morally justified. Ethiopia commends the effort of the UN Secretary General for the financing of the African Union peace support operations from assessed contributions. National ownership of security responsibilities is imperative. For peacekeeping operations to achieve their objectives, robust capacity building support should be provided to national law enforcement structures. Unilateral sanctions and coercive economic measures violate the UN principles and international law. Ethiopia opposes such measures imposed on developing countries and calls for their unconditional removal. We wish to underline that diplomatic dialogue among sovereign nations should be the primary tool to resolve differences. Ethiopia and other developing countries have also been advocating for the reform of the United Nations system as a whole. We call for a more inclusive and effective multilateral mechanism that works fairly for developing countries. The BRICS have championed this call. That is why Ethiopia is grateful to have been invited to join the group. Mr. President, while the world has the financial resources to fund all development targets of the 2030 Agenda, its implementation has fallen behind. Therefore, what we need is firm political commitment and renewed global partnership. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda should also be fully implemented to meet the SDGs. Ethiopia has aligned its 10-year development plan with the SDGs. We're resolute in accelerating our inclusive political and economic reforms for a more peaceful and prosperous society. We are also committed to finding comprehensive solutions to the climate crisis. The Ethiopians' own flagship program, the National Green Legacy Initiative, is a demonstration of this commitment. The objective of the program is to cultivate a green culture and ensure the country's development through rural and urban green initiatives. The program has been successful, and we are making every effort to share our experience. Mr. President, the Pretoria Peace Agreement ended a two-year-long conflict in northern Ethiopia. This agreement is a practical embodiment of African solutions to African problems. The implementation of the agreement continues to make significant progress, despite some delays in the execution of the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration process. There is a need to expedite this process and ensure its successful completion. The continued implementation of the agreement is a clear manifestation of the government's commitment to resolving political differences through dialogue and constitutional means. We are also actively undertaking rehabilitation and reconstruction programs in areas affected by conflict. I would like to reaffirm that government is committed to consolidate peace and stability throughout the country. We continue to pursue dialogue for sustainable and peaceful solutions. To ensure accountability, reconciliation, truth-telling, and healing, Ethiopia is finalizing its transitional justice policy. Nationwide consultations on policy options for transitional justice have been effectively conducted in all regions across the country. Through the National Dialogue Commission, Ethiopia has also embarked on inclusive dialogue to address past and present societal concerns. We are confident that this would contribute to realizing a prosperous future for all citizens. Mr. President, conflict-induced crises in the Horn of Africa require a regional approach with the support of the international community. We express our solidarity with the brotherly nations of the Republic of Sudan, which is facing difficult times. We are confident that Sudan will find a way to resolve the conflict peacefully and re-establish order. Ethiopia has been supporting the effort for peace with full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Sudan. It is important to make sure that all peace initiatives are coordinated. Ethiopia continues to honor its responsibility by promoting regional integration to advance peace, stability, economic cooperation, and people-to-people ties. We are working to materialize the development potential of our region. Ethiopia is determined to cooperate with its neighbors to expand trade, investment, and regional integration through infrastructure development, efficient logistics, and connectivity. Any bottleneck that would constrain shared prosperity of the region needs to be addressed in a concerted approach. Fostering closer partnership is critical to create access to seamless connectivity. Cultivating mutual trust and friendship is the right choice for regional cooperation and interdependence. Regional cooperation positively impacts the lives of people, especially when complemented by well-developed infrastructure projects. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is one such project that meets the legitimate development aspirations of Ethiopians and the region at large. Ethiopia welcomes the resumption of the trilateral talks with Egypt and Sudan. We remain committed to a negotiated win-win outcome facilitated by the African Union. Mr. President, Africa is a continent of hope with immense potential for prosperity. The continent has already been implementing its transformative and ambitious Agenda 2063. However, unleashing Africa's potential requires mobilizing domestic and external financial resources. The international financial architecture should be reformed with a special consideration for Africa's needs and priorities. A fast-tracked resolution of Africa's debt crisis and the provision of additional development finance should be top on our agenda. Ethiopia advocates for an inclusive international order that recognizes the contribution of all countries. The very survival of humanity, the safety of our planet, the peace and security of the world is at stake. Therefore, hope, justice, and equality for all should indeed define the fundamental agenda of this assembly. Beyond the rhetoric, this august body has a responsibility to promote global consensus and translate ideas proposed in this very hall into concrete actions. As I conclude, I would like to emphasize we are at a critical juncture where humanity must come together with a unity of purpose for peace and prosperity. With full awareness that our time to serve is limited, each of us gathered here today should reflect on the legacy we wish to leave behind for future generations. I thank you.
I thank you.
I thank you, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. I now give the floor to His Excellency John Rousseau, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Immigration, Lands and Physical Planning of Papua New Guinea.
His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to address this august hall for the first time as Deputy Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, and on behalf of my Prime Minister, the Honorable James Marape, and the government and people of Papua New Guinea. I congratulate you, Mr. President, and the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago on your successful election to preside over the new term of the General Assembly's work. With your extensive diplomatic experience and unique perspective from a fellow small island developing state, your chosen theme on peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability with multilateralism at its core resonates well with us. I wish you well in your mandate, and I assure you of our full support. May I also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Saba Korosi, for ably leading our collective work this past year in a challenging environment. We wish him well in his future endeavors. Let me also extend our appreciation to Mr. Secretary General for his strategic foresight, dynamic, and action-oriented leadership to shape a better, peaceful, prosperous, and shared future for humanity and the planet through the primacy of multilateral cooperation in this United Nations. Mr. President, today we meet with a global backdrop of development indices at national and international level, all pointing in the wrong direction, and the road ahead is not easy for all of us. These therefore requires our individual and collective partnerships for our people, for prosperity and the planet. For Papua New Guinea, we continue to face a daunting situation to building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic aftermath. This is compounded by the worsening climate crisis, the socio-economic and supply chain adverse impacts of the unacceptable war waged against Ukraine, the financial and economic burdens arising from the existing unfair and archaic international financial system, and our own domestic challenges, including economic growth, debt sustainability, and providing our people's basic needs and social protection. We are, however, encouraged by the world coming together here to discuss and explore opportunities and solutions to surmount our shared development challenges. Fellow leaders, mere rhetoric, talkfest, and hollow-sounding promises are what we must avoid. But rather, let us use this opportunity to ensure that we put in place concrete, result-oriented, and workable ways and means that will help support effective, timely, and sustained delivery of the basic needs of our citizens and the development aspirations of our countries while protecting our environment. Mr. President, my government has decided to take a bold, decisive, and pragmatic leadership and ownership to address head-on our own development challenges in critical areas such as economic growth, health services, education, law and justice sector, and infrastructure, including information and communication technology for e-government, as well as how we deal with the external shocks to our country and our people. These issues are now addressed through the Papua New Guinea new 5-year 2023-2027 Medium-Term Development Plan 4, launched in July this year, with a theme of national prosperity through growing the economy and 12 strategic priority areas of focus for our national development. It also clearly identifies the measures, including funding needed to attain our development priorities and aspirations. Mr. President, we are embarking on growing our economy from the current $31 billion per year to $57 billion by 2030, and aim to create an additional 1 million jobs countrywide. This will be catalyzed by the diversification of our economy from the non-renewable sector driven by mining, oil, and gas to complementary support from the renewable sectors, including notably in agriculture, fisheries, the service sector, and concrete support for our small to medium-sized enterprises in the informal and formal sector, and providing the infrastructure necessary together with investment in education and health, and special economic zones with incentives for productive investment to propel our country forward. This National Development Plan, together with our overall long-term vision 2050 Strategic Development Roadmap, provides the cornerstone for the future we want. These will deliver for us on improving the quality of life for our people, the country's prosperity, peace and security, and better environmental protection and climate change, mitigation and adaptation, as well as enabling Papua New Guinea to become an upper middle income country by 2030 and to improve by 2050 our Human Development Index global rating. Our medium-term development plan 4 also integrates and reaffirms my country's strong commitment to accelerate and deliver on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which at present remains a serious concern for us because of the global polycrisis impact domestically and our own national challenges. We are determined to ensure that our new development roadmap is a springboard for progressive implementation of the 2030 Agenda in a more comprehensive, focused, resourceful, and accountable way. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea has prioritized health as a core national development agenda, as spelled out in our new 4th Medium-Term Development Plan and the National Health Plan 2021 to 2030, supported by relevant policies. It underlines our commitment to universal health coverage and quality and affordable health care by focusing on people and the environment, engaging with social partners and sectors, and increasing access to quality and affordable health services. This followed our 2020 national review of the health system that highlighted the need for review and reform of policies and laws on health issues in the country, and for a stronger health system to cater for our people's basic health needs and to achieve universal health coverage by 2030. It underscored the importance of multi-stakeholder approach to strengthening existing partnerships and building new ones, to mobilize resources, appropriate technologies, and financial support, including capacity building and training opportunities to deliver the health outcomes we need for our people and our country. The necessity to ensure effective governance and accountability in the health sector, including transparency and proper oversight in procurement procedures and processes and delivery mechanisms, which are vital, including for eliminating overhead costs and malpractices in the health sector. For us, major health challenges remain in the prevention and control of communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, and on reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health. Tuberculosis also remains a serious concern in our country, and we continue to witness increasing lifestyle and cancer-related deaths in recent years. However, the health review and reforms and strategic privatization has made positive impacts, including in transforming our national health system and focus on training more medical staff, including doctors and nurses. But much more work remains to be done. We therefore welcome development partnership in the health sector, which is crucial for us given the limited health-related experts, institutional and systemic capacity and resources that continue to challenge the effective delivery of healthcare and services to our people, especially the rural majority. We look forward to harnessing the outcomes of the just concluded 3 health-related high-level meetings to support a recovery from the pandemic and to deliver on SDG 3 in the country. Mr. President, the importance of partnerships for national development, including on the SDGs, especially in a challenging global situation such as today, cannot be overstated. We therefore welcome genuine and durable partnerships from all stakeholders at all levels in supporting our development priorities and aspirations, including for the SDGs. In our view, however, development partnerships should be based on an equal footing rather than a donor-recipient lens that undervalues recipient countries' contributions. This will help build trust, confidence, and enhance effective development partnerships. For Papua New Guinea, strategic development partnership is recognized in Pillar 12 of our new medium-term development plan 4. We call on all our development partners to ensure that their official development assistance to Papua New Guinea is aligned under this framework with our own national development agenda priorities that averts unnecessary parallel efforts and for cost-effective partnerships for mutually beneficial outcomes to be achieved. Let me also use this occasion to acknowledge and thank all our valued development partners for their constructive partnerships and support for my country's development efforts. We look forward to further strengthening the cooperative relations going forward. Mr. President, financing for development remains a serious challenge for us, as it is for many other developing countries, including from the pandemic aftermath. The growing divide between countries that can access affordable financing for development and those that cannot is a serious concern that must be addressed swiftly if we are genuine about leaving no one behind. We also note the outcomes of the high-level meeting on financing for development and the SDG summit held at leaders level earlier this week, and that strongly support the call by the United Nations Secretary General for a US $500 billion annual SDG stimulus to support developing countries. This is a most timely and relevant given the challenging development circumstances the world is currently facing. If realized, accessing such funding support to developing states should be at speed, scale, and be less onerous. Mr. President, for my country, we need around $26 billion in the next 5 years to grow our national economy to reach our development aspirations of $57 billion per year economy, to take us progressively into the future, including delivering on our SDG commitment. According to the international financial system and other pundits, Papua New Guinea is rated to be at a high debt risk given our debt to GDP ratio. We recognize this concern. However, we need to fund our development framework and its effective implementation to cater for our growing population demands. We are taking leadership and ownership of our domestic resource mobilization, including financing our development priorities through measures such as tax reforms and enhanced internal revenue collection, strengthening governance laws and policies to tide illicit financial flows, addressing systemic issues on foreign exchange, reviewing and revising our domestic laws and policies to ensure that our natural resources development in the extractive industry is on fair, just, and equitable terms, incentivizing public service partnership and supporting SMSEs in the formal and informal sectors. This has enabled us to provide a core funding for development, which is complemented by a small fraction of external financial support from our development partners. We are also working with the IMF and other bilateral development partners to move from a deficit budget to a more balanced one to cushion the impact of debt servicing on the delivery of our development needs. Mr. President, we must ensure that the financial resources needed to progress our national development agenda, including for the SDGs, are accessible, affordable, and delivered on a sustained basis that is predictable for countries to access. We also welcome development financing partnerships through debt for nature swaps as an important tool to address our debt issues while conserving our natural ecosystems. We cannot afford to sacrifice our people's development needs by merely conserving our natural resources without appropriate incentives to cater for their needs. Let me also underscore that it is not enough to demand countries to fix their domestic systems to support their development financing. It is also crucial that we must effectively and urgently address the existing shortcomings of the international financial system that continue to be a bane to the financing for development needs of developing countries like my own. We therefore join other countries and the Secretary General to call for the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture to address the economic and financial challenges facing developing nations, especially small island developing states just like mine. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea further calls on the international financial institutions and development partners to use the final report and recommendations of the high-level panel of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index as a tool to adequately account for the key factors of vulnerability, such as the adverse impacts of climate change and natural disasters, into the decision-making, rather than relying on the GDP, GNI per capita as the sole measure of a country's development. We also strongly support the Bridgetown Initiative as a part of the reform of the global financial system to improve the response to the climate crisis and the particular development challenges, including access to affordable financing and debt relief. Mr. President, an ongoing concern for my country in the context of financing for development is the unintended consequences arising from anti-money laundering laws from the international perspective. As a small economy that is primarily rural and cash-based, anti-money laundering laws impede development growth in my country. We need to ensure that the application of one-size-fits-all money laundering laws does not continue to be a hindrance to the economic growth and sustainable developments of small developing countries like ours. This, however, does not imply our derogation of duties in upholding the rule of law, but rather to ensure the financing we need for national development does not become a victim of such laws. Mr. President, the ongoing extreme and increasingly tragic weather and slow onset events multiplied across the world, which Secretary General Guterres aptly called the era of global boiling has arrived, emphasizes to all of us the critical need to confront and address the climate crisis swiftly. From our highlands region to the coastal lowlands and offshore in our island communities, the ravages of the climate crisis as seen in natural disasters, droughts, sea level rise, and food insecurity, and also the impact on our economy continues unabated despite our negligible greenhouse gas emissions. This provided the backdrop to our own second National Climate Summit held last week in our capital with our development partners on what we must do nationally and with other stakeholders going forward. We applaud the United Nations Secretary General's strong and dedicated leadership on climate change, including for the Climate Ambition Summit held earlier this week. We also commend United Arab Emirates and Egypt as incoming and outgoing COP presidents, respectively, for the ministerial meeting on loss and damage, and look forward to further engage on it at COP28. Mr. President, for Papua New Guinea, like many of our fellow Pacific Island countries, let me reiterate our position that climate change is a key priority for us, as this remains the single greatest existential threat to the lives and livelihoods, security, and well-being of our people. The critical importance and urgency to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees through rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions cannot be overstated enough. This is critical to the survival of our smaller island nations in the Pacific. That is why Papua New Guinea strongly supported our Melanesian neighbor, Vanuatu's landmark General Assembly resolution adopted last March on an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on climate change and look forward to its outcome. As host to 7% of the world's biodiversity, Papua New Guinea has an important role, and our evolving national plans, policies, legislations, and partnerships on climate change underscores this strong commitment. This is reflected yet again in our new medium-term development plan 4, Strategic Priority Area 10 on climate change and natural environment protection. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea is indeed pleased to note that we have made much national progress on the climate change front, which we take pride in, given our efforts so far as implementing our targets under the nationally determined contributions. At the Climate Ambition Summit, Papua New Guinea announced our national commitments towards a 1.5 degrees global temperature goal and for climate justice. In brief, these included, inter alia, our milestone achievement in June 2022 of our 2050 net zero target, the completion and launching early in the year our 2022-2030 National Adaptation Plan on climate resilient agriculture, infrastructure and transport and health sector responsiveness to climate sensitive diseases, and the political commitments to use our marine and terrestrial natural resources to address climate change, including for just transition to renewable energy. Mr. President, we therefore call again on, firstly, high carbon emitting nations and developed country economies to do better, much more better. Secondly, developed countries must urgently deliver on the climate finance commitment of USD 100 billion per year and ensure that the distribution of these funds is equitable, accessible, and timely. Thirdly, for international financial institutions and development partners, including the Green Climate Fund, to ensure that countries like mine have timely access to climate finance for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage in order to accomplish just transition and ensure resilience against the effects of climate change. Fourthly, we welcome international support for investments in downstream processing of our natural resources to make the transformation we need to further support our enhanced climate ambition for the global temperature goal and for climate justice. At the Pacific regional level, Papua New Guinea urges the international community to contribute to the Pacific Resilience Facility, a regional financing facility set up to address disasters and climate change threats in our blue Pacific continent, and thank our development partners who have contributed to it. As a maritime nation, Papua New Guinea's commitment to protecting and sustainably using the ocean and seas and its resources remains steadfast. Our medium-term development plan for strategic priority areas 10 on climate change and natural environment protection underscores this point. Not only does the ocean serve as a vital source for carbon sink, but it is also our main source for economic benefits, revenue generation, and daily sustenance of food and income for our people and our communities. As an example, our water supply 18% of the global tuna catch and 15% of the global tuna trade. We therefore strongly support and welcome the milestone adoption in June this year of the new global treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond natural jurisdiction. We are pleased to have contributed to ensuring important areas for us were accounted for in the treaty, such as high seas pockets, extended continental shelf, rights to fisheries and capacity building, and transfer of marine technology. Mr. President, the BBNJ Treaty also complements our own National Protected Areas Policy and National Oceans Policy, as well as our Pacific Regional 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent. We thank Singapore for their strategic and able leadership as president of the process and commend also the international community rallying to support the BBNJ Treaty. Successfully after nearly 2 decades of intensive negotiations. We look forward to the treaty's early implementation. We are therefore encouraged and impressed by the high number of countries that signed the BBNJ Treaty 4 days ago at the UN Treaty event. We commend and congratulate those countries. Papua New Guinea will sign the new BBNJ Treaty once our own domestic procedural and legal processes are completed. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea also supports the convening of the next UN conference on SDG 14 on ocean and seas, led by France and Costa Rica. We are also supportive of the global efforts for a new binding global instrument on plastic pollution to further protect our marine ecosystem, and will do our part to see this to a successful conclusion and eventual implementation. Also, as an integral part of our stewardship of the ocean and seas, my government hosted the biennial 8 Pacific Tuna Forum 16 days ago, supported by our fellow Pacific countries, including our regional and sub-regional organizations, the private sector, and academia, where the current status of the tuna industry in our region and its sustainability was discussed. Papua New Guinea, like many other small island developing states, is increasingly concerned with the rising sea levels related to climate change that is threatening the lives and livelihoods of not just our coastal communities and the country's land territories and consequent economic and other losses, but more fundamentally, the human rights of our people affected by sea level rising. Existing international law does not address this serious concern. We welcome the ongoing important work of the International Law Commission on this issue, and we are committed to contributing further to it. In view of this, Papua New Guinea, together with our fellow Pacific Island Forum members, are progressing efforts for another landmark forum leaders' declaration on statehood and protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. We look forward to its adoption later this year by our forum leaders. We call on our development partners to work closely with us in equal partnership in further strengthening the protection and sustainable use of the oceans and the seas. Mr. President, at a time of challenging global and national circumstances, given the evolving multiple crises, the protection and promotion of human rights, particularly for women and girls and those in vulnerable situations, must remain central for the international community. For Papua New Guinea, we have a strong commitment to this important issue. This is aptly demonstrated most recently by our medium-term development plan 4 under strategic priority area 11 on population, youth, and women's empowerment. These entails increasing the gender parity index for females in education, employment, and business, combating incidences of gender-based violence, and to quadruple the number of women in leadership. These priority activities will require an investment of about $50 million to deliver the much-needed results by 2027. We are also continuing to work through our bipartisan parliamentary committee on gender-based violence, led by 7 members of parliament, with the welcome and valued support and partnership of the European Union and the UN system, particularly UN Women, UNFPA, and UNDP, under the Spotlight Initiative, which was launched in March 2020. This addresses evidence-based approach to unequal power relations between men and women, with focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. We have made good progress in areas including reforms in laws and policies and justice, health and community sector services, policing, medical and socio-psychological services, accessing legal support services, and shelters for gender-based violence survivors. However, much more work remains to be done, and we are committed to doing our bit and part going forward. We are also working with the UN Human Rights Treaty bodies on our outstanding report on the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. We thank our valued development partners in these efforts, and also welcome others to join us to strengthening human rights in general, and more specifically for our women and girls. Mr. President, the urgency and the need for a new agenda for peace, as called by the UN Secretary General in his Our Common Agenda, is timely, and its importance for the peace and security of the world cannot be overstated. Papua New Guinea strongly supports the Secretary General's call. This has given the sobering and increasingly worrisome disrespect for international law, including the UN Charter by certain states, the geopolitical tensions and divide, simmering and unresolved conflicts, associated human rights violations, escalating nuclear weapons threats, and mistrust between and within countries. Without peace and security, our development aspirations under the 2030 Agenda and our respective development frameworks will be that much more difficult to achieve. This is a recipe for catastrophic outcomes that none of us would want. Mr. President, never again must we repeat the horrors of the two world wars. We are seriously concerned about moves by certain countries for the use of nuclear weapons. Such threats are unacceptable and therefore condemned in the strongest possible terms. It is incumbent on all of us to rally together in peaceful dialogue as common humanity under the banner of the United Nations to responsibly address all these issues. For my country, peace and security issues are a priority, and this is addressed through the law and justice sector under our medium-term development plan, strategic priority areas 5 and 6. Our strong commitment to peace and security has enabled us to increase funding and investment for capacity building and training in our country on our law and justice sector. For us, our founding foreign policy of friends to all and enemies to none continues to be a guide in our foreign relations conduct. Our national interests are economic, trade, and friendly relations with all nations. We are not interested in taking sides. Papua New Guinea has also learned from our own internal situations the importance of peace by peaceful means. It is in this spirit that we continue to engage in our Bougainville peace process, which remains a high priority for our country. It continues to be addressed under the parameters of our Constitution and the mutually agreed peace process roadmap that can deliver for us peaceful and lasting political solutions. We are grateful for the continuing valued and constructive support of the UN system, including the Secretary General's Peace Building Fund and other development partners in the Bougainville peace process, and also for the other new initiatives in 2 other parts of our country. On UN reforms, we are supportive of efforts towards meaningful reform of the United Nations to address today's realities and to account better for the greater good of everyone, such as that in the General Assembly, revitalization, and the intergovernmental negotiations process to reform the Security Council. We, however, cannot afford to have lengthy and inconclusive reform processes, such as that of the IGN on Security Council reforms. This must do better, much better. Mr. President, before I conclude, as a SIDS member, we recognize the important efforts towards a SIDS-specific program of action for the next decade and the convening of the 4th International Conference on SIDS in Antigua and Barbuda next May. We join other SIDS in calling on development partners and the international community, including for funding to support SIDS, chart the pathway forward for resilient prosperity and the future we want. Finally, I reaffirm Papua New Guinea's commitment to doing our part in upholding the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations as sovereign equal with other nations. May God bless us all and the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Immigration, Lands and Physical Planning of Papua New Guinea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jahun Bayramov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and thank the ongoing President, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi, for his hard work over the past year. Ladies and gentlemen, the world continues to face a multitude of challenges that transcend boundaries. From exacerbating climate change trends to rooted poverty, rising tensions, and ravaging pandemics, these challenges plague us all, regardless of our background or location, and require bold and concerted actions. The current state of international politics is becoming increasingly fragmented, leading to division and erosion of multilateralism. The growing trend of intolerance and discrimination, in particular Islamophobia, and alarming surge in hate speech are disturbing. To curb this challenge, with centuries-long tradition of diversity and multiculturalism, Azerbaijan firmly believes in fostering dialogue, mutual understanding, and respect among different cultures and religions. The government of Azerbaijan has consistently promoted intercultural and interfaith dialogue through significant global initiatives such as the Baku Process and Peace for Culture. Amidst the growing challenges, it is paramount that the United Nations continue to galvanize international solidarity and cooperation. The UN has a mandate to ensure that every nation has an equal voice and is treated on the same footing. The UN Charter principles and purposes are binding worldwide and must be applied consistently, not selectively. Azerbaijan advocates for a reinvigorated and reformed multilateral system with the UN as at its core, underpinned by strict adherence to and non-selective application of the norms and principles of international law. We look forward to the summit of the future as an opportunity to reinvigorate global action and reflect on collective commitment to the UN Charter and multilateralism. Excellencies, in its national capacity and as the chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan continues contributing to peace, security, and global sustainable development agenda, and spares no effort to promote international solidarity and multilateralism. Since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, Azerbaijan has been at the forefront, putting forward several global initiatives to fight this challenge. The lingering effects of the pandemic create a pressing need to redouble our efforts for global cooperation and solidarity, anchored in high-level political engagement and collaboration involving all vital stakeholders. International cooperation and political engagement require involvement of different stakeholders, including women and youth. Azerbaijan made this a key focus point of its NAM chairmanship through the foundation of the NAM Youth Organization with a permanent secretariat in Baku under the Shusha Accord and initiation of the establishment of the NAM Women Platform. Azerbaijan also spearheaded the foundation of the NAM Parliamentary Network. We must strengthen joint effort in tackling the pandemic's consequences and consolidate efforts for global recovery from COVID-19. In light of this, the President of Azerbaijan initiated establishing a UN high-level panel on post-pandemic global recovery. In March 2023, we hosted the NAM Contact Group Summit in response to COVID-19, where the President of Azerbaijan, in his capacity as the NAM chair, declared two global calls to support the post-pandemic recovery of Africa and small island developing states. Azerbaijan announced allocation to each of these calls as the first donor. Since 2020, Azerbaijan provided humanitarian, economic, and technical assistance worth of $300 million to over 130 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the midterm of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, many parts of the world struggle to achieve our shared vision of future. It is imperative that we concertedly confront these challenges. Since their adoption, Azerbaijan has been a passionate supporter of promoting and implementing the SDGs universally. We have been pursuing transformational changes in remodeling our economy, focusing on sustainability, inclusive growth, social justice, and clean energy. Azerbaijan's GDP has tripled in less than 2-decade span. Poverty went down from 49% to 5%. The external public debt is expected to be some 10% of the GDP for 2023, one of the lowest globally. The clean environment and green growth became one of the 5 priority areas of our new national development strategy. Azerbaijan voluntarily pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 40% by 2050 and established a green energy zone in its Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions. Azerbaijan's roles in global energy security has further expanded from traditional crude oil supplier into a reliable natural gas provider. With the completion of the Southern Gas Corridor, the biggest infrastructure project in Europe, Azerbaijan is now the natural gas supplier of 5 more European countries in a time when European energy security faces unprecedented challenges. Currently, 7 countries receive natural gas from Azerbaijan, and in the near future, this will increase to 10 European countries. The projected increase in renewable electricity production will allow Azerbaijan to become an exporter of green electricity to European countries through the landmark trans-regional Black Sea submarine cable project that Azerbaijan embarks on which partner countries. Azerbaijan is also a key player in the development of trans-regional connectivity projects. In 2022, we have increased the transit flow by 70% through boosting investments in transportation infrastructure and widening cooperation with our regional partners. Mr. President, despite unprecedented suffering, deprivation, and devastation that the people of Azerbaijan were subjected to due to the 30-year-long military occupation, Azerbaijan initiated normalization agenda and offered peace to Armenia based on equal and reciprocal respect for legitimate interests of both sides through mutual recognition of and respect for each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders. Over the past few months, thanks to concerted efforts of international partners, negotiations have intensified and yielded limited but promising results. Yet, what we observe is replication by Armenia of the past pattern to imitate talks, backtrack from previously undertaken commitments at the last minute, and commit political, military, and other provocations at every negotiation stage to evade taking concrete decisions. As such, the efforts for durable peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia have again become hostage to Armenia's policy of revanchism. For almost 3 years, since November 2020, more than 10,000 strong armed formations equipped with heavy offensive weaponry were sustained by Armenia in the sovereign soil of Azerbaijan, including by abusing the Lachen Road in an attempt to fuel separatism. In this period, while being engaged in negotiations, we have been consistently drawing the attention of all international actors involved into the normalization process and the wider international community to the serious threat stemming from the non-fulfillment of Armenia's commitment and urging for peaceful solution. While our legitimate and fact-based concerns were acknowledged behind the closed doors, it failed to be translated into real steps and targeted public messages to persuade Armenia to honor its commitments. Consequently, Armenia felt emboldened and once again fell into the illusion that it would be better off by opting for status quo based on illegal military presence and line of contact logic in the sovereign territory of Azerbaijan. Armenia further embarked on igniting tension through a global campaign of manipulation and disinformation, targeting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and blatantly interfering with internal affairs. For months now, Armenia mobilized all available resources for a manipulation campaign based on fabricated allegations of blockade, humanitarian crisis, or ethnic cleansing. For this purpose, Armenia recklessly politicized and essentially abstracted the delivery of goods to the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan for its agenda of separatism and blocked consistent efforts of several international actors to find legitimate and practical solutions through dialogue. On September 18, simultaneous delivery of humanitarian goods through Agdam and Lachin, which was offered by Azerbaijan months ago and positively received by all involved international actors, was finally conducted by the ICRC, as Armenia had to withdraw its weeks-long obstructions. Azerbaijan, like wider international community, welcomed this development, hoping that it would finally lead to the escalation on the ground and pave the way for restoring the focusing on pressing issues pertinent to interstate normalization. Yet Armenia failed to meet these expectations for yet another time and resorted to military provocation in an attempt to continue its blame game against Azerbaijan. Thus, one day later, mine planting by Armenian sabotage group led to tragic deaths of 6 Azerbaijani citizens, 2 civilians and 4 police officers in 2 separate mine explosions. Other 6 police officers were seriously injured. In response, Azerbaijan launched local counter-terror measures to neutralize illegal armed formations to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity and to protect the safety and security of its residents. These measures were limited and proportionate, exclusively aimed at neutralizing legitimate military targets by using high precision ammunition in full compliance with norms of humanitarian law. All measures were taken to avoid collateral damage. In less than 24 hours, the horrific scale of illegal militarization of territories of Azerbaijan became clear, with neutralization of more than 90 military outposts, 20 combat vehicles, 40 artillery pieces, 30 mortars, 6 electromagnetic warfare systems, and 2 anti-aircraft missile systems. More evidence is being collected now as disarmament continues on the ground. No sovereign state would tolerate illegal military presence on its soil, nor did Azerbaijan. The counter-terror measures taken by Azerbaijan achieved the set goals. Armenia and its subordinate illegal regime were forced to agree to disarm, disband all illegal structures, and withdraw from Azerbaijan. The reason why it did not happen peacefully lies in brazen disregard by Armenia and lack of adequate action by involved third-party facilitators. Excellencies, as counter-terror measures halted, Azerbaijan has now embarked on practical implementation of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration efforts on the ground. The long overdue meeting of the Special Representative of the Government of Azerbaijan with representative of Armenian residents finally took place on September 21 in the city of Yevlakh. The dialogue will continue as a format to directly discuss the plans of the government for integration, as well as to address the issues related to restoration and operation of infrastructures and the delivery of humanitarian goods for public services. The central government institutions have expeditiously started to implement necessary humanitarian support measures. All efforts have now been mobilized to address the immediate needs of the local civilians. On this point, I wish to reiterate that Azerbaijan is determined to reintegrate ethnic Armenian residents of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan as equal citizens. The constitution, the national legislation of Azerbaijan, and the international commitments we have undertaken provide the solid ground to this end. Excellencies, despite all serious challenges stemming from Armenia's destructive position, Azerbaijan once again reaffirms its readiness for a genuine dialogue and negotiations with Armenia on the basis of equal and reciprocal respect for each other's legitimate interests. We continue to firmly believe that there is a historic opportunity for both Azerbaijan and Armenia to establish good neighborly relations and coexist side by side in peace as two sovereign states within their internationally recognized borders. It is high time to seize this opportunity. For that, it is necessary for Armenia to finally realize that rejecting the offer for just and equal peace in expectation of better conditions in the future to achieve revanchist purposes is not viable and has no chance to succeed. Verbal statements by the leadership of Armenia on recognizing the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, including the Karabakh region, must be transformed into tangible steps. Meaningful engagement by international actors that are able and willing to support Azerbaijan and Armenia in this effort in a fair, impartial, and unbiased manner is critical. It is equally important for all those who are unable to be an honest broker to refrain from projecting their short-sighted agendas into this process. All efforts need to be mobilized to build upon the already achieved progress and finalize the normalization process without further delay. Azerbaijan is determined and steadfast to promote the normalization agenda. Mr. President, along with the interstate process of normalization with Armenia, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale rehabilitation and reconstruction efforts to eliminate the harsh consequences of the 30-year-long military occupation of our territories. These activities aim at ensuring the right of hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis to eventually exercise their violated right to safe and dignified return. Thanks to the tireless efforts taken by the government, life now returns to the territories that have experienced unprecedented vandalism in 30 years of Armenia's military occupation. The first groups of displaced families have already returned to their places of origin. Regretfully, the massive contamination of territories of Azerbaijan with landmines and other explosive devices remains a significant obstacle to smooth progress of rehabilitation and reconstruction. This contamination is posing a threat to those returning home after being displaced for 3 decades. The refusal of Armenia to share all maps of mined areas and the continued planting of landmines, installation of booby traps and other explosives, even after the declaration of cessation of all military activities, further aggravates the situation and increases the human toll. Since November 2020, 315 individuals have fallen victim to landmines planted by Armenia. Some mines were transferred to the territory of Azerbaijan and planted therein after the signing of the trilateral statement. Given the ongoing landmine problem in Azerbaijan and the challenges national agencies face in addressing it, there is an urgent need for increased international support to strengthen Azerbaijan's humanitarian mine action capacity. Such support would not only aid in the mining effort, but also contribute to the global campaign against landmines and demonstrate a commitment to peace and cooperation in the region. Dear colleagues, ensuring justice concerning serious war crimes and crimes against humanity is vital in healing the wounds of the past conflict. While accountability and redress ensure the rights and interests of the victims, they are also critical prerequisites on the path to genuine post-conflict normalization and reconciliation. Over more than 30 years of aggression and occupation, Armenia subjected Azerbaijani cultural heritage to desecration and destruction. This included numerous monuments of world and national importance: mosques, temples, mausoleums, museums, art galleries, archaeological sites, and libraries. The fate of almost 4,000 citizens of Azerbaijan, including 719 civilians who went missing during the conflict. Also, several mass graves were discovered in the liberated territories, shedding light on the willful killing of Azerbaijani civilians and other persons protected under international humanitarian law. Armenia refuses to clarify the whereabouts of missing persons. Resolving this issue is essential not only in terms of accountability and the rights of the victims and their families, but also for post-conflict reconciliation and normalization. From 1987 to 1991, Armenia forcefully expelled some 300,000 Azerbaijanis from their ancestral homeland in blatant violation of international law. All Azerbaijani settlements and toponyms in Armenia were renamed, and our historical and cultural heritage deliberately was vandalized and destroyed. Despite repeated calls by the Western Azerbaijani community to launch a dialogue and ensure a safe and dignified return to the homeland, the government of Armenia denies them exercising the fundamental right of return enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention relating to the status of refugees, and other important international acts. While remaining committed to its international obligations and open to constructive dialogue, Azerbaijan will not tolerate violations of international law and will continue taking appropriate steps at international level. In particular, Azerbaijan's initiation of judicial proceedings to hold Armenia accountable for grave violations of international human rights law and to bring to justice those responsible for crimes is a significant step towards achieving accountability. Azerbaijan is fully committed to the objective of a peaceful, secure, stable, and prosperous South Caucasus. We will continue the efforts towards advancing post-conflict peace building, reintegration, and peaceful coexistence, while as a responsible actor sparing no effort in all relevant domains, be it post-COVID recovery, global development agenda, or energy security. The challenges we face today require a new commitment to international cooperation and solidarity. It is only through joint efforts that we can overcome present and future complex challenges to build a brighter future for ourselves and coming generations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Уважаемый господин председатель.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. In the statements of many previous speakers, the idea that our shared planet is experiencing irreversible changes was mentioned right in front of our eyes. There is a new world order being born. Our future is being shaped by a struggle between the global majority in favor of a fairer distribution of global benefits and civilized diversity, and between the few who wield neocolonial methods of subjugation in order to maintain their domination, which is slipping through their hands. The collective West has a calling card, and it has long been to reject the principle of equality and their total inability to reach agreement. Being used to looking down at the rest of the world, Americans and Europeans make all sorts of promises, and they take on commitments inter alia, written ones and legally binding ones, and then they just don't fulfill them. As President Putin pointed out, the West is one that is truly an empire of lies. Russia, like many countries, knows about this firsthand. In 1945, when we, along with Washington and London, together were vanquishing the enemy on the front in the Second World War, our allies in the anti-Hitler coalition were already making plans for a unthinkable military operation. That's what it was called, against the Soviet Union. 4 years later, in 1949, the Americans drafted a drop shot operation to make mass-scale nuclear strikes on the USSR. These ghastly, senseless ideas did remain on paper. The USSR created its own weaponized retaliation. It took the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when the world was on the brink of nuclear war, for the idea of deploying it, and the illusion of victory stopped being the basis of the military planning strategy of the US. At the end of this Cold War, the Soviet Union plays a decisive role in reuniting Germany and agreed upon parameters for the new security architecture in Europe. Furthermore, the Soviet and then the Russian leadership was given concrete political assurances regarding the non-expansion of the NATO military alliance to the east. The relevant records of these negotiations are both in our and Western archives, and they're in open access. But these assurances by Western leaders were just deception. They in no way intended to uphold them. Furthermore, they were never bothered by the fact that by expanding NATO towards Russia's borders, they violated official commitments that were made at the highest level in the OSCE. Commitments not to strengthen their own security to the detriment of the security of others, and not to permit a military political domination in Europe of any country, group of countries, or organization. In 2021, our proposals to conclude treaties on mutual security guarantees in Europe were rudely rejected without any change to the status of Ukraine being outside the alliance. The West continued its ongoing militarization of Russophobic Kiev regime that was brought to power as a result of a bloody coup, and start to use this to wage a hybrid war against our country. Something that has been unprecedented since the end of the Cold War was a recent number of joint exercises between the US and their European NATO allies, inter alia, to develop scenarios for the use of nuclear weapons in the Russian Federation. The stated aim of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia, and once and for all, this became crystal clear, the fact that they are clearly hell-bent on their own impunity, and they're bereft of their basic desire for self-preservation. Headed up by Washington, NATO countries not only are expanding and modernizing their offensive capabilities, but also are shifting the armed into space and the information sphere. A new dangerous manifestation of the expansionism was extending the alliance's area of responsibility to the entire eastern side of the world, using the pernicious slogan of the indivisibility of security, the Eurasian and Indo Asian Pacific region. To this aim, Washington is creating its subordinate political military alliances like AUKUS, the Troika of the US, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, the Quartet, Tokyo, Seoul, Canberra, and Wellington, are pushing the participants of these structures to practical cooperation with NATO. This is bringing its infrastructure into the Pacific area. It is obvious that such efforts are targeted against Russia and China and on the collapse of the inclusive regional architecture of ASEAN. This runs the risk of creating new explosive hotbeds of geopolitical tension, in addition to that which is hotting up very significantly around Europe. One certainly has the impression that the US and the Western collective that is fully subordinate to it have decided to turn the Monroe Doctrine into a global one. These ideas are totally illusory, they're extreme, but the Pax Americana will not stop it. The global minority is doing all it can to put the brakes on the acceleration of the natural course of events. The Vilnius Declaration of NATO on strengthening partnership between Russia and China has been characterized as a threat to NATO. Speaking to his ambassadors abroad, President Macron said he was really concerned about the expansion of BRICS, deeming that this shows that it, quote, complicates the situation in the international sphere in order to runs the risk of weakening the West, in particular Europe. A review of the world order is underway, as is of its principles, and is undermining the way that the West is working. This is the end of that quote. So here's a revelation. If anybody wants to meet without us, become closer without us, or without our consent, then that poses a threat. The pushing of NATO into the Asia-Pacific region is something good, but the expansion of BRICS is dangerous. However, this logic is inexorable. The main trend has become for the global majority to strengthen their national interests, their sovereignty, their traditions, their culture, and their way of life. They don't want to live under anybody's yoke anymore. They want to make friends between themselves. Solely on an equal footing and for mutual benefit. And such organizations such as BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization are on the rise, and they are defending their rightful role in forming objectively our multipolar architecture. Perhaps for the first time since 1945, when the UN was established, there is now a chance for genuine democratization of global affairs. This inspires optimism for all those who believe in the rule of law internationally and who want to see the revival of the UN as a central coordinating body for global politics. A body where decisions are made about how to reach decisions together, having a fair balance of interests. For Russia, it is clear that there's no other option. However, the US and its subordinate Western collective are continuing to fuel conflicts, which artificially divide humanity into hostile blocs and hamper the achievement of overall aims. They're doing everything they can to prevent the formation of a genuine multipolar fair world order. They are trying to force the world to play according to their own self-centered rules. I would like to urge Western politicians and diplomats once again to carefully reread the UN Charter, the cornerstone of the world order established at the end of the Second World War, is the democratic principle of the sovereign equality of states, large and small, irrespective of their form of government, of their domestic, political, and socio-economic structures. However, the West still believes that it is superior to everybody else. In light of what was said, the pernicious statement by the EU head of diplomacy, Mr. Borrell, namely that Europe is a blossoming garden and the rest is a jungle. He's not bothered by the fact that in the garden there's rampant Islamophobia and other forms of intolerance to traditional values of all world religions, burnings of the Quran, discrimination of the Torah, persecutions of Orthodox clergy, and disdain for the feelings of believers are very commonplace in Europe. A gross violation of the principle of sovereign equality is the use by the West of unilateral coercive measures. Countries which are victims of these illegal sanctions, and there are an increasing number of them, are well aware that restrictions harm first and foremost the most vulnerable strata of society. They provoke crises in the food and energy markets. We continue to insist on a swift and full cessation of the US's unprecedented, inhumane trade and economic financial blockade of Cuba, and for a lifting of the absurd decision to declare Cuba a state sponsor of terrorism. Washington must, without any preconditions, abandon its policy of economic suffocation of Venezuela. We call for the lifting of unilateral sanctions by the US and the EU against Syria that openly undermine its right to development. Any measures that circumvent the UN and the coercive measures must be ended, as must the West's weaponized practice of manipulating the Security Council sanctioned policies to exert pressure on those they don't like, something which clearly demonstrates the West's self-centeredness in their attempts to Ukrainize the international agenda by pushing onto the back burner a number of unregulated or unresolved regional conflicts or crises rather, that many have been in place for decades now. The need in the Middle East really depend on solving the protracted Palestinian-Israeli conflict based on the UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. The Palestinians, for more than 70 years now, have been awaiting their solemnly made promise to them of having their own state. However, the fact that the Americans are monopolizing the mediation process means that they're doing everything they can not to allow this. We call for a pooling of efforts of all responsible countries to create conditions to resume direct Palestinian-Israeli negotiations. We are pleased that the League of Arab States has got its second wind. It's stepping up its role in the region. We welcome the return of Syria to the Arab family, and we welcome the start of the normalization process between Damascus and Ankara, which we are shoring up with our Iranian colleagues. All these positive signs are backed up by the Astana format, which foster the Syrian settlement. We do hope that with the assistance of the UN, the Libyans can prepare for general elections in their long-suffering country that for more than 10 years has not got back on its feet after the NATO aggression that destroyed their state and opened the floodgates for the spread of terrorism to the Sahel region and waves of millions of illegal migrants to Europe and other areas of the world. The analysts have said, as soon as Muammar Gaddafi abandoned his military nuclear program, he was destroyed. Thus, the West has created astonishing risk for the entire nuclear non-proliferation regime. We're concerned by Washington and its Asian allies whipping up hysteria on the Korean Peninsula, where the strategic capabilities of the US are building up. The Russia-Chinese initiative to deem humanitarian and political challenges as a priority have been rejected. There's been a tragic development of the situation in Sudan. It's nothing other than the impact of the failed Western experiment to export its liberal and democratic dogma to the country. We support the constructive initiatives to speed up regulation or rather settlement of the domestic Sudanese conflict by providing assistance to have direct dialogue between the warring parties. When we see the nervous relation of the West to recent events in Africa, in particular Niger and Gabon, one cannot fail to recall how Washington and Brussels responded to the bloody coup in Ukraine in February in 2014. A day after agreement was reached on settling under EU guarantees the issues, but unfortunately the opposition just trampled on this, the US and its allies. supported the coup, hailing it as a demonstration of democracy. We cannot fail to be concerned by the ongoing deteriorating situation in the Serbian province of Kosovo. NATO supplying arms to the Kosovo and helping them to establish an army grossly violates the key resolution of the Security Council 1244. The whole world can see how in the Balkans, the sad story of the Minsk agreements in Ukraine is being repeated. There, I recall there was stipulation for a special status for the republics in Donbass. However, Kiev openly sabotaged this with the support of the West. Just now as well, the EU does not want to force its Kosovo protégés to implement the agreements that were made between Belgrade and Pristina in 2013 to set up a community of Serbian municipalities of Kosovo. This would have special rules regarding their language and their traditions. In both cases, the EU acted as a guarantor for these agreements. Apparently, they share the same fate. You just need to look at the sponsor and you see the result. Now Brussels is imposing its mediation services, so-called mediation services on Azerbaijan and Armenia, along with Washington. And this is... and in fact, Yerevan and Baku actually did settle the situation. So the time has come for mutual trust building. There are Russian troops who will certainly help this. Now, talking about decisions of the international community that remain on paper, we call for a completion once and for all of the process of decolonization. This is in line with GA resolutions, and we want an end to all colonial and neo-colonial practices. A vivid illustration of the rules according to which the West wants us all to live is the fate of the commitments that were made in 2009 to provide developing countries with $100 billion annually to finance climate mitigation programs. If you compare that fate with the unkept promises and its unkept promises with the sums that the US, NATO, and the EU has spent on supporting the racist regime in Kiev, according to reports, $170 billion since February 2022, you'll understand what the enlightened West really thinks. It is high time for a reform of the existing global governance architecture. It should be no more artificially holding back of the redistribution of voting quotas in the IMF and the World Bank. The West must recognize the real economic and financial clout of the countries of the global South. It's important also to unblock the work of the WTA disputes body. There's an increasing need to expand the composition of the Security Council solely through eradicating underrepresentation in the composition from the global majority, so countries from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It's important that the new members of the Security Council, both permanent and non-permanent, are able to use their authority in their own regions as well, and in global organizations such as the Non-Aligned Movement, the G77, and the OIC. It is high time to look at fairer ways of making up the UN Secretariat. One criteria that's been in place for many years, or rather all the criteria that have been in place for many years, do not reflect the actual clout of states in global affairs and artificially ensure excessive dominance of citizens of NATO and EU countries. This disproportionate situation is made even worse by the system of permanent contracts, which links people to positions in host countries of headquarters of international organizations, the overwhelming majority of which are in the capitals that promote Western policies. A new type of UN reform is needed, where there are no leaders and followers or teachers and students, when all questions are resolved based on consensus, reflecting of balance and of interest. For example, this is really borne by the BRICS, which has expanded its authority, in particular following the Johannesburg summit. And for also at the regional level, there's been a clear renaissance of the African Union, CELAC, the Ligue Arab States, the GCC, and other structures in Eurasia. A harmonization of integration processes is underway as part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, ASEAN, the CSTO, the Eurasian Economic Community, and the CIS, the Chinese Belt and Road Project. Natural formations for a greater Eurasian partnership is underway as well. This is open to all associations and countries of our shared continent without exception. These positive trends, unfortunately, are being undermined by increasingly aggressive policies by the West and their attempts to maintain their dominance. It is in the common interest to avoid a fragmentation of the world into isolated trade blocs and macro regions. But if the US and its allies do not want to negotiate on making global processes free or fair rather and equal, the rest will have to draw their own conclusions and will have to make their own socio-economic and technological development not dependent on their neocolonial instincts of their former neocolonial powers. The main problem lies with the West because developing countries are prepared to negotiate. For example, in the G20, and we see clearly that the G20 must and should avoid politicization. It should be able to be engaged in methods to develop mutually acceptable ways of governing the world economy and finances. It's important to have dialogue, and we mustn't miss this opportunity. All these trends must fully be borne in mind by the UN Secretariat. Its statutory aim is to seek consent from all member states within the UN and not on the sidelines thereof. The UN was founded following the Second World War, and any attempts to revise this would undermine the foundations of the UN. As the representative of a country that made a significant contribution to defeating fascism and the Japanese militarism, I would like to draw attention to the egregious phenomenon of rehabilitating Nazis and collaborators in Europe, in particular in Ukraine and the Baltics. A particularly concerning fact is, for the first time last year, there was a GA resolution to combat glorification of Nazism, but for the first time, this was voted against by Germany, Italy, and Japan. This regrettable fact calls into question the true repentance of these states for the mass crimes carried out against humanity by them during World War II. It also runs counter to the conditions under which they were accepted into the UN as fully fledged members. We strongly urge you to pay particular attention to this metamorphose that runs counter to the position of the global majority and to the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, today humanity, as it has done in the past, is at the crossroads. It is entirely up to us how history will play out. It is in our shared interest to prevent a downward spiral into large-scale war and to prevent the final collapse of the mechanisms for international cooperation that were put in place by our predecessors. The SG put forward an initiative next year to hold a summit of the future. This can only be successful by having a fair balance of interests of all member states with the respect of the intergovernmental character of our organization. At our meeting on the 21st of September, the members of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter actively discussed the opportunities for achieving this. As Antonio Guterres said at the press conference on the eve of this session, and I quote, "If we want peace and prosperity based on equality and solidarity, then leaders have a particular responsibility to achieve compromise when designing our common future for our common good," end of quote. This is an excellent response to those who divide the world up into democracies and autocracies and dictate their neocolonial rules to others. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Lestari Prisansari Madusi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. You'll have amended the text. Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, dear colleagues, today I'm wearing a traditional fabric from East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, while my delegation are wearing different traditional fabric representing the diversity of over 1,000 ethnicities in Indonesia. We are diverse, but we are one. Mr. President, the world now is at strategic crossroads. Global solidarity and collective responsibility are the only answer to address trust deficit and global inequality. This is the main essence transpired by the Bandung Conference or Asia-Africa Conference in 1955. Through the 10 principles of Bandung, we call for respect toward human rights and the UN Charter, sovereignty and territorial integrity, equality of all races and all nations, peaceful settlement of dispute, and promotion of mutual interest and cooperation. The Bandung Conference reminded every country of their equal rights and responsibility in maintaining peace and stability, mainstreaming win-win cooperation, and championing solidarity. Indonesia bring along the Bandung spirit when we presided the G20 last year, chairmanship of ASEAN this year, during President Jokowi visit to Africa last month, and we will bring this spirit everywhere we go, including to this UNGA. The Bandung spirit enable Indonesia to listen and become part of solution. For Indonesia, global leadership should not only be about power or about the influence to dictate others. Instead, global leadership should be about listening to others, building bridges, respecting international law consistently, and put all nations equally. Mr. President, Excellencies, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity is the theme for this year UNGA. This theme is timely and on point. We are again at a strategic crossroad as in 1955. Trust deficit reappears, lack of solidarity resurfaces. This situation have hampered the attainment of SDGs, especially for countries in the global south. The question is, do we really have the commitment to rebuild trust, to reignite global solidarity, to attain the SDGs target together? Will our presence today at the UNGA really bring commitment and show readiness toward a global unity and collective responsibility? Standing before this esteemed assembly of the UN, we said a lot of good words and promises. Let us now be honest with ourselves. Do we do what we said we would do? If all of us are committed to do what we said and say what we do, I'm sure the current world situation will not be like what we see right now, where trust deficit is running deep, where differences are soaring high and sharp, where wars and conflict are tearing us apart. The problem is that we do differently than what we said. We say differently about what we did. We do not walk the talk. Mr. President, Excellencies, against this backdrop, I would like to share some thought on how we can rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity in line with what we envision through the Bandung spirit. First, forging collective global leadership. The fate of the world cannot be defined by the mighty few. A peaceful, stable, and prosperous world is a collective right and responsibility of all countries, big and small, north and south, developed and developing. We all must do our part and work together toward this common goal. And this can only be achieved if all of us adhere to the same rules of the game. We must uphold respect for international law, particularly fundamental principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This will ensure that disputes will be settled on the negotiating table rather than at the battlefield. A collective responsibility is also needed to the people of Palestine and Afghanistan. For far too long, we have allowed our Palestinian brothers and sisters to suffer. Indonesia will not back an inch in our support for Palestinian statehood. In Afghanistan, Indonesia will do its utmost to help the Afghan people and ensure the rights of women and girls are respected, including their right to education. Second, advocating development for all. Colleagues, every country has the same right to develop and grow. But the global architecture of today only benefits the selected few. Trade discrimination against developing countries continues to happen. Global supply chain is being monopolized by certain countries. Many developing countries may not meet the SDGs by 2030. They also struggle with foreign debt and development financing. All of this would contribute to eroding trust and solidarity. Therefore, it is time for us to make a real change. Industrial downstreaming must not be an exclusive call of developing countries. Developed countries should also support this call to build a stronger future together. The same ideals are applicable in our fight against climate change and sea level rise, as well as safeguarding biodiversity. Indonesia has led by example by fulfilling its international obligation, including being among early signatories of the BBNG agreement. But developing countries cannot do this by themselves. We need developed countries also to fulfill their responsibility, including on climate financing, green investment, and transfer of technology. Technology and innovation should not be exclusive for the selected few. Access to safe and secure digital technology for developing countries, including AI, is crucial for future sustainable growth. This is time to practice what we have preached. Third, reinforcing regional cooperation. Colleagues, regional institutions should be net contributors and building blocks for global peace and prosperity. As the ASEAN chair this year, Indonesia had to navigate ASEAN through such geopolitical dynamics in the region. ASEAN has already managed to do this for the last 5 decades. We send a clear message that we will not let our region to be a pawn of rivalries. Instead, Southeast Asia must be an epicentrum of growth where all countries can benefit meaningfully. Inclusivity will forever be the pillar of our region's architecture building. It is sufficient to say we managed to pull through. ASEAN have maintained its unity and established a long-term vision for ASEAN 2045. ASEAN have reinforced its centrality in strengthening regional resilience and preparing for economy of the future. ASEAN have initiated closer partnership with the Pacific Island Forum and the Indian Ocean Rim Association for a stable and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We translated the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific into concrete and inclusive cooperation. On Myanmar, implementation of the 5-point of consensus remains the main reference. ASEAN continues to urge the military junta to implement it. ASEAN will spare no effort to ensure the people of Myanmar are not left alone. Mr. President, before I conclude, I wish to underline a point on the reform of our multilateral system. Many proposals have been produced throughout the years, but we are still far from getting anywhere. The best time for action may have already passed, but the second best time is now. Let us translate our commitment into action. The 2024 Summit of the Future cannot fail. Trust and solidarity must be part of this effort. Our people and the world await, and we must deliver. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Señor presidente, Denis Francis, amigo.
Mr. President Denis Francis, friend, please receive from Mexico our brotherly congratulations on your election to the presidency. Latin America and the Caribbean feel fully represented under your presidency. That presidency is a demonstration of our region's commitment to the purposes of this wonderful organization. Mr. President, heads of state and government, colleagues, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today the United Nations has before it a challenge of colossal proportions to discharge the very essence of its mandate, sparing humankind from the scourge of war, promoting and protecting all human rights, ensuring adherence to international law, and promoting the well-being of people underpinned by environmental sustainability. I am deeply moved to return to the headquarters of this United Nations organization. I served this organization with pride for decades, and I move to return now representing the government of my country, Mexico, a country that is a deep honor. Mexico is a country which today is in the midst of wholesale and progressive transformations. I am delighted to represent Mexico before the world and let its voice ring out before you. Please receive the warm greetings of our President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Our people are facing grave threats to international peace and security. We have more than 50 armed conflicts raging, and we're seeing the proliferation of nuclear weapons, the worsening of myriad crises ranging from humanitarian to climate crises. There is the forced migration of millions of people. We're seeing the highest spike ever in inequality and poverty, with 165 million new people falling into poverty in 3 years. There is the health posed by and the risk of new pandemics. Against this backdrop, incidentally, growing numbers of people are calling into question the relevance of multilateralism and its institutions. However, there is no doubt whatsoever that our international action loses legitimacy when our resolutions do not translate into concrete benefits for people, for the planet, for prosperity. Agenda 2030 requires urgent action to rescue it, to use the words of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres himself. The pandemic hampered our progress towards fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals. However, our trajectory before the pandemic was not an encouraging one, and the current context of macroeconomic and political uncertainty requires ambitious and immediate measures. Stagnating progress towards the fulfillment of the SDGs is not a mere figure of speech. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people living in poverty, food insecurity for boys and girls, as well as an environment in crisis. The future of people and the planet is not in the hands of fate. Rather, it depends on the political decisions and actions that we take, guided by Agenda 2030. And here, inequality is the major challenge, because it's not sufficient to reduce poverty. We need a shift in our development paradigm towards one which redistributes power and wealth, and one which narrows the unacceptable gaps and asymmetries between the rich and the poor and between countries. Equality is not simply a matter of being the subject of rights. Inequality is inefficient from an economic perspective, and therefore we need to become equal to grow, and we need to grow to become equal, because we're no longer in a time of change. We're witnessing our time changing itself. Our epoch is changing, and that means we need to rethink development and place equality at the heart of our work. Both at a national and international level, achieving the SDGs depends on having a vision underpinned by social justice and solidarity, and that includes the commensurate mobilization of necessary financial resources and the relevant necessary reform of IFIs. In the face of this complex backdrop, Mexico will continue to draw strength and inspiration for its international action from the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, because the institutional architecture which we built almost 80 years ago now to channel international cooperation is there. And Mexico has led and will continue to propose any and all initiatives which seek to improve the lives of current and present generations. We will champion lasting, genuine peace and security. We will champion egalitarian sustainable development, resilient and inclusive development, and the unconditional full respect for all human rights. The desire for transformation and the action of our government has now turned precisely towards transforming our development model to create more and better public goods, to guarantee rights accompanied by fiscal responsibilities, and all of this on the basis of one core premise: for the good of all, first and foremost for the poor. Our government has demonstrated the urgent need to restore the role of the state, to regulate relations between the market, the state, and society, and to implement transformative structural policies. We need to return hope to our people, the hope of a country which is more just and egalitarian, to leave no one behind nor anyone on the margins. And in the last few years, we've managed to lift some 5 million people out of poverty. We have witnessed the greatest rise in the minimum wage in our history, and we have a dense network of social programs that extend to all sectors of society. But we're inspiring to usher in a vision of equality between all nations, where we see gaps and asymmetries between countries narrow. We're prioritizing the elimination of the culture of privilege which denies rights. Mexico reiterates the importance of environmental solidarity. That should be a strategic part of development and not as an isolated phenomenon. It is important to move towards industrial and productive policies which are green and blue, which create jobs and which decrease poverty, which decrease our environmental footprint, but also which take into account contributions to the environment and the complexity of ecosystems and the well-being economy. We signed the Escazú Agreement and others which protect life and the environment. Then we are proud to have signed the BBNJ Agreement, and we hope to see its timely entry into force. Dear friends, climate change is the greatest market failure of all time. That was said by Nicholas Stern. Today, it is one of the greatest global risks. Estimates of the costs of the effects of climate change demonstrate that it will not only affect economic growth, but it will also affect the most vulnerable sectors of our societies. We reiterate our commitment to make progress with the Paris Agreement, but we emphasize the importance of having financing in place to tackle climate change and of giving priority to adaptation, in particular and especially to support the most vulnerable nations in our region, the Caribbean first and foremost. On the margins of this General Assembly, Mexico participated in the SDG Summit, the Financing for Development Dialogue, the Climate Action Summit, and the preparatory meeting for the Summit of the Future. We are championing wholesale reform of the international financial architecture. This reform must address the deeply rooted asymmetries between countries. It must prioritize heavily indebted countries with new instruments, with the redistribution of special drawing rights to widen the fiscal space of developing nations. It should also prioritize debt relief in exchange for environmental services, debt for climate swaps. We endorse the Bridgetown 2.0 initiative proposed by Barbados. Latin America and the Caribbean learned a very tough lesson during the pandemic because there was a lack of global solidarity, and we saw the prevailing urgent need that we today have to, from within CELAC, champion initiatives such as the Plan for Health Self-Sufficiency, the Regional Medicines Agency, and the Climate Adaptation Fund. In this regard, we support our dear Ralph Gonzalez as president of CELAC. Mexico seeks agreements on all issues on the multilateral agenda because we're interested in reconciling positions without leaving anyone on the margins. But we're living in unprecedented times, which require greater will to come to the fore, to give voices to all in the global south. Mexico belongs to the global south indeed, through history and conviction. Consequently, Mexico is considering participating in the debates and work of G77 plus China on those issues and in those fora in which we could contribute to strengthening the negotiating position of the global south. Soon, we will submit a proposal to G77 plus China for its consideration. Mexico, and here before you, I want to reaffirm Mexico's historical commitment to promoting dialogue and understanding in favor of peace and in favor of the peaceful resolution of disputes. That is a vocation which has inspired and fueled our deepest convictions to decisively defend the very causes of humankind. We've participated as a guarantor country for the peace dialogue tables between the government of the Republic of Colombia and the National Liberation Army. Moreover, we participated in the search for solutions to foster political dialogue in Venezuela. We did this always in strict adherence to our constitutional principles of the respect for the self-determination of peoples and the peaceful resolution of disputes and non-intervention. Mexico is the host of negotiations between the Venezuelan government and the Unitary Platform of Venezuela that is facilitated by Norway. We supported the implementation of agreements signed in November 2022 in Mexico City, and we are keeping the doors open for the resumption of this process and for the achievement of a solution for the benefit of all Venezuelan people. Turning now to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, our stance is entirely devoid of ambiguity. We condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine because it violates the United Nations Charter and international law, and because of the unspeakable suffering it has wrought on millions of people, especially girls and boys. We recognize that all sovereign states have the right to have the adequate means to reclaim territorial integrity. But it's also equally true that the arms race takes us ever further from a peaceful solution. We have to cease talking of war and instead start talking about peace. Mexico will continue its fight for disarmament and the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Testament to that commitment is the Tlatelolco Treaty and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. These are essential for the prevention and eradication of catastrophic humanitarian consequences. We have declared, and the General Assembly has done so too, we've declared that these consequences are counter to international law themselves. We reject the illicit trafficking of firearms. And I would simply give you a figure here. We receive 200,000 firearms. These are trafficked every year to Mexico from our neighbor in the north. These firearms, of course, fall into the hands of criminals in organized networks and claim countless lives. That is the other side of the drug coin. Mexico, in good faith, shoulders its commitments when it comes to combating drug trafficking, but all efforts will be limited in their impact if countries which manufacture and act as the source for trafficked weapons do not shoulder their responsibilities for the scourge. We need decisive measures to reduce the vast availability of firearms. Those manufacturing and distributing firearms must also shoulder their responsibilities and adopt stringent measures to avoid these weapons being diverted towards the illicit market. In our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are devastated by the situation in Haiti. This country is in a chokehold of gang violence which grows largely due to the illicit trafficking of weapons, despite the sanctions regime established by the Security Council in a resolution facilitated by Mexico. We hope that that resolution will be soon adopted by the Security Council so that the international community can take decisive action and support that country in restoring stability. Consequently, we'll avail ourselves of this rostrum to also reiterate Mexico's commitment to the two-state solutions. There should be an Israel and a Palestine living side by side in peace and within secure borders. We wish to recognize the rights of the people of Israel, but not to the detriment of those of Palestine. We need to put an end to abhorrent situations such as the continued economic embargo suffered by Cuba. It's entirely unjustified, runs counter to international law, and is alien to values and the peaceful coexistence which prevail among the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. We call for Cuba to be removed from consideration as a country which promotes and fuels or sponsors terrorism. 64 years ago, this General Assembly was presided over by one of the best Mexican diplomats, Luis Padilla Nervo. He said, and I quote, "Victory will not be decided on the battlefields, rather in the consciences of men and women." Given the nature of this fight, the best weapons that democracies have are moral principles, the scrupulous respect for treaties, and the principle that difficulties and controversies between people must not be resolved by weapons, but rather through negotiations. Mexico wishes to be an actor that promotes peace through law. We'll do everything in our power to support genuine efforts for dialogue between parties to conflicts, and we'll do everything to bring about peaceful solutions to conflicts, because Mexico's foreign policy is based on renouncing war as an instrument of international policy. As was quite rightly stated by our renowned diplomat, Genaro Estrada, foreign policy involves renouncing war. Consequently, in the entryway to this General Assembly, the one you walk through, you find a block of obsidian. That is a sacred stone that the Aztecs called Itzli. They were convinced that that rock was created by the sun rays which struck volcanic rock. It was created by a synthesis between what was on land and in space, celestial and earthly realms. That stone includes an engraved plaque which establishes the very foundations of our diplomacy. 156 years ago, the first indigenous president of Latin America said the following: "Between individuals as with between nations, respecting the rights of others is peace." With this humanist vision, Mexico is addressing the major challenge of human mobility. Geography has placed us squarely and through no fault of our own at a very complicated juncture, but Mexico has a very clear guiding principle, that is humanizing migration, because migration must be an option and not an obligation, because when a person migrates, it must do he or she must do so safely, orderly, and in a regular fashion, because the unprecedented migratory phenomenon that we're seeing concerns everyone in the international community. As such, Mexico insists that there is an urgent need to invest in addressing the structural, deep causes of migration. We reaffirm the importance of supporting communities of origin and for there to be more will and resources to do that. All countries need to support this endeavor and contribute, especially those that receive migrants and benefit from the work and contributions of migrants. In the United States, for example, our migrants contribute more than $500 billion in tax. Consequently, it's vital to move towards models to manage migration, which offer spaces for integration into labor and financial markets, which are safe and formal, models which facilitate integration into host societies, models which protect the human rights of those migrating across and throughout the migration cycle. Because as was clearly indicated by the Secretary General, 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the time has come to put an end to the persecution persecution and demonization of migrants. We reject, incidentally, and in that connection, any attempt to call into question the progressive nature of international standards on gender equality. Sexual diversity should not be called into question either. Standards on both of these have been very hard won. Important, there needs to be progress in gender equality, and we need to avoid backslides through decisive, innovative actions. Nothing about us without us. Mexico was the first country of the South to proclaim a feminist foreign policy because we are striving to ensure that structures change, those that hamper the advancement of women and the full enjoyment of their rights and autonomy. Doing that involves promoting the substantive participation of women in decision-making processes. It also involves streamlining a gender perspective into all spaces, fora, and organizations and international agreements, because every time we break the glass roof, we take civilization makes progress. The topic of this 78th General Assembly is relevant and clear: rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. This must be the very thrust of our collective endeavors. The majestic arena in which we're today meeting must not allow us to forget the crisis of trust being faced by international institutions, and particularly by the United Nations. Our discussions must translate into tangible results, and that is crucially important because we must involve citizens that we represent as active subjects, and we must be very careful indeed, because multilateralism cannot be lost, and it cannot lose course in polarization and geopolitical rivalry. If the United Nations does not discharge its mandate for peace and development, we will be fueling dissatisfaction and disarray, and international institutions that we have built will suffer. We are championing a multilateralism which is close to people, which is timely and effective, committed to providing global public goods. We are championing collective good, the good of well-being of all. Multilateralism is a tool for development, and the work of the United Nations must create a just peace. It must broaden freedoms. It must build equality. It must deepen democracy. It must ultimately create hope. Political commitment is key to move towards a new form of multilateralism, which will allow us to restructure the relations of social and economic power on an international level. Development issues are gaining ground in the face of exclusive and excessive market liberalization. We hope that this same vision of equality will prevail among nations, so we can achieve a fairer world where we reduce the asymmetries to which I referred. We propose a multilateralism which is closer to the needs of our people, in sync with the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, unequivocal, timely, decisive, and effective. Because, friends, the challenges we're facing are vast. On the table, there is no less than uncertainty about our very survival. There is no time for gradual token changes which is sometimes truncated to maintain the status quo. The current model of global development is an unsustainable one. The promise of limited progress has come up against nature's immovable wall. 2030 is round the corner, and the essential minima that we agreed upon in 2015 are our achievement of them is being thwarted. Therefore, we must allow a spirit of rebellion and a sense of urgency to infect us. It is up to this generation and our leaders to shoulder the responsibility to thwart the disaster that science has written. We can't do this with small steps. We cannot do this timidly in a discreet fashion or without plunging power into difficulty, because power and the status quo has brought us to this point. We need to be brave, audacious, courageous. We need to be egalitarian, and just rights cannot be tradable commodities. We need to challenge our patterns of production and consumption. The obscene concentration of wealth and the corrosive influence of the distribution of power are not compatible with our human project, because When 78 years ago we created this institution, we were on the brink of an abyss when we contemplated the possibility of falling into that abyss. Today, the abyss is growing ever nearer. It's intimidating and real and is terrifying. Our efforts must meet that challenge and avoid that fall. Friends, in the midst of the 20th century, this organization took its first teetering steps. At that time, the devastating wounds of the last World War were still fresh. A young Mexican diplomat was penning the paragraphs of his fundamental essays on the roots of identity of my homeland. These pages would ultimately come to be called The Labyrinth of Solitude, and its author would later come to win the Nobel Prize in recognition for his universal work. That man was Octavio Paz, and I wish to conclude my address by citing the lines he wrote at that time. He said, "Everything has come to pass as it shouldn't have come to pass." We said that to console ourselves, but we were the ones who got things wrong, not history. We have to learn to look at reality head on. We have to invent, if necessary, new words and new ideas for these new and strange realities that have emerged before us. We are, like the rest of the planet, at a decisive and deadly juncture. We are orphans of the past, and we have a future before us yet to be invented. Universal history is a task of us all. It is our labyrinth, a labyrinth of all men and women. And for this task, guaranteeing new generations a world of possibilities, we need to do that and emerge together from this labyrinth. And to do that, you will always be able to count upon the commitment of Mexico. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. I now give the floor to His Excellency Enrique Austria Manalo, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. I thank the Secretary.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, and colleagues, it is an honor to address you today on behalf of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. and reaffirm the Philippines' solidarity with the United Nations. As a founding member of the UN, our commitment to multilateralism, with the UN Charter as its bedrock, is unwavering. The UN has bound our nations in common purpose to uplift our shared humanity. Through the ravages of World War II, conflicts, and regional and global pandemics, by establishing the universality of human rights and human dignity, and with a rules-based order underpinned by international law that guarantees the flourishing in peace of free and equal nations. With the UN at the center, amidst tides of challenge and change, multilateralism must rise to the occasion. The UN spirit calls upon us to respond decisively to existential threats such as global warming, degrading ecosystems, diseases, and food insecurity, and to reclaim the power of dialogue and diplomacy as we manage new complexions of conflict and strategic competition. We must configure our work to the realities of our time, placing people and communities at the heart of our agenda, refocusing consensus through differences, and recognizing the agency of many voices, not only the powerful few, in shaping our shared future. The theme of this year's assembly frames a global conversation on solidarity and trust as essential enablers of global action. Greater solidarity and trust also arise as outcomes of shared triumphs. They thrive more when multilateralism works. They weaken when our global institutions fail in delivering dividends benefiting all. The preservation of a rules-based global order is our collective responsibility. The UN is underwritten by a rules-based order, governed by international law and informed by the principles of equity and justice. Its present and future rest on the predictability and stability of international law, which safeguards the rights of all states. If multilateralism is to endure, all states must adhere to the rule of law. Guided by an independent foreign policy, the Philippines actively works with nations to promote a rules-based international order. We advocate the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law. This has always been our position with respect to the disputes in the West Philippine Sea, inasmuch as we are prepared to defend our sovereignty, sovereign rights, and territorial integrity. As President Marcos Jr. has declared, we are a friend to all and enemy to none. Our Constitution renounces war as an instrument of national policy, adopts the generally accepted principles of international law as part of the law of the land, and adheres to a policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity with all nations. We recognize the role of international legal bodies in fostering greater solidarity around values that underpin the UN. This year, the General Assembly adopted by consensus a resolution to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. As an archipelagic state whose destiny is intimately linked with the oceans, the Philippines is a champion of the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And we are proud to be among the first states to have signed this week the Treaty on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, which opens new windows to cooperate in the responsible stewardship of the high seas. The primacy of the UNCLOS was affirmed by the 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea. The award definitively settled the status of historic rights and maritime entitlements in the South China Sea, declaring without legal effect claims that exceed entitlements beyond the geographic and substantive limits of UNCLOS. For the past 7 years, we have celebrated the award, which is now part of international law. Adherence to international law contributes to keeping the Indo-Pacific, with the ASEAN at the center, free and open, stable and peaceful. In line with this, we are guided by the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Excellencies, Mr. President, during the Cold War, the Philippines shepherded the 1982 Manila Declaration on the peaceful settlement of international disputes, convinced that our world should not descend again into large-scale conflict when the possibility of nuclear catastrophe loomed. Humanity remains in a state of danger from too many destructive and disruptive weapons now in existence. With thousands of nuclear warheads still present and the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty unrealized, heightened arms races and new ways of warfare, including in the cyber and space domains, have transformed the strategic landscape of the 21st century. All the more, the rule of law must reign. President Marcos Jr. at this assembly last year called for rules and norms for the responsible use of emerging technologies. The Philippines is working with partners for rules to govern lethal autonomous weapon systems. And in this regard, we are hosting an Indo-Pacific meeting in December. We advocate the peaceful uses of outer space, the elaboration of the principle of due regard in space domain, and greater responsibility among states to reduce space threats, including debris from rocket launches. We call for UN partnerships that guarantee that new technologies are not weaponized or misused in any way to subvert democracy and freedom, to challenge international humanitarian law, and to exploit the vulnerable and violate human rights and human dignity. Mr. President, we are profoundly concerned over how extreme weather events have caused too much human suffering across the globe, reminding us of three realities. One, climate change is evolving into a full crisis. Number two, the fight against global warming and sea level rise is a race against time. And number three, effective climate action requires stronger multilateral cooperation. We need decisive, responsible, just, and sustainable solutions that look after populations and protect persons that have contributed the least to global warming, but have the highest vulnerability by their geography. This is the meaning of solidarity and climate action. More than a decade ago, the Philippines pioneered a resolution in the Human Rights Council that drew attention to the impact of climate change on human rights. And though we are heartened that the link is now acknowledged, much more remains to be done. We join the call for industrialized countries to abide by their obligations under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And we look forward to COP28, adopting decisions on the Loss and Damage Fund and other climate financing mechanisms. We thank Vanuatu and the core group of states for rallying the UN to bring the question of state obligations relating to climate change to the ICJ. The Philippines will actively participate in the proceedings. And we are in solidarity with island states taking part in the ITLOS proceedings on obligations relating to climate change and the marine environment under UNCLOS. Cognizant that the future will see more climate-induced migration and displacement, as acknowledged in the Global Compact for Migration, the Philippines and the IOM convened a ministerial Asia-Pacific roundtable on climate change and migration earlier this week in New York. With the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction to be held in Manila in 2024, the Philippines aims to bridge effectively disaster risk resilience with the climate agenda. Excellencies, we are now in the home stretch for securing SDG outcomes globally. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is well integrated in the Philippine mid and long-term development plans. And we can unlock opportunities for the Philippines and developing countries, including middle-income countries, to advance South-South cooperation and meet development goals across the world. As a middle-income country, we support initiatives to make international financial and development mechanisms more attuned to the needs of middle-income countries. Our partnerships should bridge development divides. Our collaboration for the future should make our societies more resilient, more cohesive, and more humane. And as I stated at the SDG Summit earlier this week, if we work together, sustainable is attainable. Mr. President, the continued reform of the UN development system is key to ensuring that the UN delivers transformative development outcomes. The UN and its specialized agencies and funds have the duty of providing efficient, coherent, and accountable support to host states, with the latter's consent and in accordance with their national development priorities. Solidarity sets the ground for international cooperation as we reinforce the global health security system following the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Philippines, together with like-minded states, has called for equity in the provision of vaccines and resilient health services in the negotiations on the Global Pandemic Treaty. We must never again witness a global emergency of such scale wherein those most in need will be provided for last. The Philippines supports the Contingency Fund for Emergencies, the COVAX facility, and other mechanisms that harness the power of partnerships to address persistent health challenges and emergencies. We affirm that health is primordial to our human development agenda. And we are all indebted to Filipino healthcare workers at the front lines of the pandemic throughout the world. We honor the many who lost their lives in the service of our common humanity. The pandemic compelled the international community, especially countries of destination, to recognize the contributions of migrants to their societies and to protect their rights. The Global Compact is the roadmap for this. Mr. President, Excellencies, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. The Philippines was an active member of the first UN Commission on Human Rights that drafted this seminal document, represented by the late General Carlos P. Romulo, a former president of this assembly. Following the Universal Declaration, the Philippines assumed a leading role in the drafting of the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and framing of instruments such as the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers and their Families. To date, the Philippines is party to 8 core human rights instruments. Recognizing human rights as an unfinished business in all parts of the world, we are a dedicated advocate for the human rights of vulnerable groups, especially women, children, indigenous peoples, migrants, persons with disabilities, refugees, and older persons. But human rights is first and foremost about people. To foster trust and engagement, dialogue on human rights must be genuine, based on evidence, and depoliticized. When constructive and carried out in good faith and with full respect for the agencies of states, collaboration on human rights can achieve concrete impact. I have echoed for the call of solidarity in fostering and advancing a multilateral architecture that promotes the rule of law and meets the pressing challenges of our century. Such an architecture demands that we invest wisely in sound, inclusive, and far-sighted multilateral institutions. The Philippines supports multilateral institutions that adhere to the highest standards of good governance, equity, inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. We will work in concert with other nations for a 21st century multilateralism that includes and works for governance, equity, inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. We will work in concert with other nations for a 21st century multilateralism that includes and works for the benefit of all. The Philippines has served as a pathfinder for consensus on issues such as climate change and human rights, and on security cooperation. We will carry on as a bridge builder. In keeping with our tradition as a peacemaker, we will sustain our contributions to UN peacekeeping operations and continue implementing UN Security Council resolutions on counterterrorism and peace building, among others. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao manifests the vision of the Philippines for people-focused peace building. The Philippine candidature for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the term 2027 to 2028 manifests our strong desire to offer the best of the Philippine diplomatic tradition, and we count on the support of all UN member states in this regard. Mr. President, Excellencies, fully living up to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and the aspirations of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights are unfinished projects, and their realization is in our hands. That is our challenge. Through solidarity, we can foster a constructive multilateralism that embraces this challenge with courage and perseveres in hope and common purpose. I thank you.
I thank the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Nainan Mahuta, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Local Government of New Zealand.
Ko tahi anō te koha o te ngire e kuhu ai, te miro mā, te miro whero, te miro pango. Kia mau ki te ture, te whakapono, ko te mea nui, kia mau ki te aroha. There's only one eye of the needle through which the white, the red and the black threads must pass. Hold fast to the law, faith, and above all else, love. These opening words taken from my ancestor remind me that no matter where we are from around the world, we are bound by a shared spirit of humanity. Can I acknowledge the Lenape people on whose tribal lands we stand? Tēnā koutou katoa. I've been encouraged by the commitment I've witnessed in this great hall to find transformative solutions to the interlocking challenges we face. At the same time, I'm deeply concerned that the sum of our collective efforts to meet these challenges is falling well short of what is required. We meet at a time of sharply increasing danger for the people and planet. As we emerge from the worst health emergency in the past 100 years, our efforts to build back better have faltered in the face of accelerating ecological and planetary crises, deepening conflict and instability. We are failing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We must rise to meet these challenges. We owe it to our citizens and to the generations that follow us. Mounting distrust and division are eroding the foundation of international cooperation and steering the multilateral system towards deadlock and dysfunction. We have no hope of meeting our shared challenges by going it alone. We live in an interconnected and interdependent world in which we will thrive or perish together. For the first time in several generations, we face the very real possibility of conflict between major powers. President, Excellencies, we cannot let this happen. The stakes for all of us are simply too high. The international rule of law and the UN Charter must mean something to a growing generation that are becoming more skeptical. We are not on track to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees. Conflict and crises continue to impact most harshly on women and children. The fabric of democratic principles are challenged and weakened by mis- and disinformation, and the list continues. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine last year was a direct attack on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a UN member state. But it was much more than this. To witness a permanent member of the UN Security Council launch an unprovoked attack on a sovereign state, attempting to annex its territory and waging war on its civilian population was and remains shocking. Russia's actions violate the most fundamental tenets of international law. How can younger generations have confidence in the UN when a permanent member of the Security Council acts in a manner so fundamentally contrary to the UN Charter? The consequences of Russia's ongoing war of aggression are stark. The suffering of Ukrainians is immense. Ukraine's neighbours are bearing a heavy burden. And sadly, we are seeing children being weaponised in this unjust war. This is wrong in every way. Aotearoa New Zealand strongly supports efforts to hold Russia to account in both the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. This war has highlighted geostrategic tensions and heightened nuclear risks. Nuclear weapons must never be used. We must be unequivocal in our determination to reduce nuclear threats and do so immediately. The dangers of nuclear weapons and their toxic legacy, which are visible in our own blue Pacific region, have been with us for decades. Other newer technological developments also pose profound challenges in balancing the potential of their peaceful use with the threat of catastrophic harm if their development and military use is left unchecked. We must commit to international rules and limits on autonomous weapons systems and establish clear norms to address responsible use of other new and emerging technologies, including AI, as well as the continued peaceful use of outer space. We must also confront digital challenges, including cyber threats and online extremism, through smart coalitions in which governments work effectively with civil society and industry. This is our approach with the Christchurch call to action to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. The Christchurch call is a global multi-stakeholder coalition that extends beyond traditional statecraft and governmental institutions. It has successfully galvanised significant policy change, improved tech companies' crisis readiness, and built strong collaborative relationships across sectors. Conflict and crisis is placing incredible pressure on the humanitarian system. Food insecurity is threatening the lives of hundreds of millions of people across the globe. Let me be clear, food is not a weapon and hunger is not a tool. Pervasive drought in the Horn of Africa and instability and violence in the Sahel, Afghanistan, Syria, and Myanmar has left many millions in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. Playing politics with innocent lives is cruel and immoral. As we mark the halfway point in the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, it is time to move beyond divisive narratives and polemics. Now is the time to act, to achieve meaningful progress against the Sustainable Development Goals. The call to action is urgent. Last December, we celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We reaffirmed our unwavering commitment to speak out against violations of human rights wherever they occur. There is no hierarchy when it comes to human rights abuses. We need to resist attempts to undermine or hollow out existing commitments. Aotearoa New Zealand will continue to fiercely protect the rights of women and girls. President, New Zealand has long and deep connections to the Pacific through language, our peoples, our oceans, history, culture, politics, and shared interests. We also have a strong connection to the wider Indo-Pacific region. We are concerned that the order that has underpinned prosperity and security in our region for most of the past 7 decades is increasingly fraying. We do not believe that recent events witnessed in other parts of the world need to become the inevitable trajectory of our Blue Pacific region. Diplomacy is our strongest tool. Peace and stability is our goal. Our regional architecture must be inclusive and provide space for all those who wish to contribute positively to our region. And those who engage in our region must understand Pacific values and norms. We're committed to promoting the centrality of the Pacific Islands Forum, addressing regional challenges, and through the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy, that is our roadmap. International partners are encouraged to listen, engage, and contribute to the sustainable development of our Pacific region in a manner that puts priorities of the Pacific first and recognises the independence of those for whom the region is home. The message to partners of the Pacific is commitment with consistency. Recent global shocks have reminded us that building resilient communities and societies requires a broad and holistic approach to development. Strengthening resilience requires us to value progress across all dimensions of well-being. Social, economic, and environmental development are interlinked and interdependent. We must urgently achieve reform that contributes to intergenerational well-being of developing states. And we acknowledge the UN Secretary-General's call to find systemic solutions to the shortcomings of international financial architecture. International financial institutions need to evolve to better serve the demands of the current era. We are encouraged to see growing recognition of broader measures of development that go beyond gross national income. Tools such as the development of multidimensional vulnerability index offer opportunities to respond to the realities of those who are most vulnerable to external shocks, such as small island developing states. Sustainable development will only be achieved if the international community delivers on its commitments to those who are experiencing the violent realities of climate change. Climate change is the greatest existential threat facing the planet, our planet. A stable climate is essential to a stable future. New Zealand is committed to playing its part in global efforts to combat the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. No country is immune to the impacts of climate change, which are real and happening now. The countries of the Pacific are on the front line and are already experiencing irreversible loss and damage. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has sent a very clear message that the world is not on track to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. With the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, COP28 later this year, is an opportunity for course correction. Limiting warming to 1.5 degrees is vital to achieve our shared development goals. Every increment of a degree and every tonne of emissions matters. We have a narrow and rapidly closing window to secure a sustainable and livable future for all of us and our children. We call on all countries, especially major emitters, to align their actions with limiting the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, and this means committing to a global phase-out of fossil fuels. Aotearoa New Zealand is taking ambitious action to support the transition to low emissions economies, to climate resilient agriculture, and to sustainable trade policies. Domestically, we are transitioning to a low emissions and climate resilient future and working to meet our 1.5 degrees aligned nationally determined contribution. We have committed to reducing our emissions by 50% below 2005 levels by 2030. Our first emissions reduction plan sets out the actions we will take to achieve our first emissions budgets on a pathway to our 2050 target. We're investing in Pacific resilience, mobilising climate finance, and supporting Pacific partners to prepare and respond to climate-driven events. At least half of our 1.3 billion quadrupled climate finance commitment will go to the Pacific. At COP27, we stood with the Pacific on the priority issue of loss and damage. New Zealand supports Australia's bid to host COP31 in 2026 in partnership with the Pacific. We were delighted with the consensus adoption of the UNGA resolution requesting an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states with respect to climate change, and we acknowledge Vanuatu's leadership. New Zealand was a proud member of the core group that drove this initiative. It was an example of effective cross-regional multilateral diplomacy. And going forward, we will work with a diverse coalition to address the adverse impacts of sea level rise, including preserving the heritage, statehood and sovereignty of countries facing existential threats as a result of climate crisis. Aotearoa New Zealand welcomed the adoption of the Global Ocean Biodiversity Treaty, the BBNJ, in March, which represents the most significant upgrade of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea framework in 40 years. We celebrate the fact that over 70 states have signed the BBNJ Treaty just this week, and it reminds us of what we can achieve when we focus on our interests in the planet we share and work long and hard to bridge divides between states. We also applauded the UN Environment Assembly's agreement last year to launch negotiations on an international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework agreed last year marked a welcome step forward in halting and reversing biodiversity loss. These significant successes show that the stakes are too high for us to leave the triple planetary crisis solely in the hands of government. We need Indigenous peoples, business, financial institutions, local governments, youth, communities, and individuals to play a role because it is crucial. Contemporising our multilateral institutions to ensure they are inclusive and fit for today's challenges must be a high priority. There's never been a greater need for innovation and creativity to secure the central place of the UN in addressing the collective challenges we all face. That is why New Zealand actively supports initiatives to revitalise and reform the United Nations, its organs, and the wider multilateral system. As a founding member of the United Nations and unwavering supporter of the international rules-based system, it is difficult to admit that our multilateral institutions are imperfect. They have and they will fail us. But Aotearoa New Zealand's response will always be to find ways to make them stronger. Fiercely independent but global in our outlook, we are driven by a strong sense of our responsibility for helping to uphold key tenets of the international rules-based system: respect for state sovereignty, respect for human rights and gender equality, and for achieving progress in climate change and nuclear weapons. President, it is clear that the norms and rules established by the UN Charter, including exercising tolerance and uniting in our strengths, are under considerable strain. Aotearoa acknowledges the legitimacy of distinct political systems, histories, and cultures. At home, we choose to embrace difference as a source of strength for resolving challenges rather than a wedge to divide. We hold on to the hope of our forebears and the promise of a sense of nationhood set out in our founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi. The people we serve deserve our vigilance to achieve this goal. This is an organisation made up of primarily small states. To deliver on the needs of small states and to achieve truly effective and inclusive multilateralism, we need to find ways to all pull in the same direction. Yes, on our own terms, but in the same direction. Next year's Summit of the Future, which has its origins in the UN Secretary General's Our Common Agenda, provides an opportunity to rebuild trust amongst nations and contemporise the way in which we work. We can and we should take full advantage of this opportunity. New Zealand stands ready to work with partners to ensure a robust outcome that best serves present and future generations. Never in recent history has there been a greater need for transformative solutions to interlocking global challenges. I, for one, don't believe in inevitabilities. We must be purposeful. And in fact, the disruptions we are enduring provide an opportunity for a reset. We need to rise above polarisation and draw strength from our differences rather than allowing them to create division. Let me end by saying, me whiria te tangata. We must weave all our aspirations and our common and shared humanity together. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e, te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e. With love, faith and hope, we can all unite ourselves in this shared aspiration. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Local Government of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Nabil Amal, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisian Abroad of Tunisia. You have the floor.
السيد الرئيس.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as I begin my statement, I would like to congratulate Mr. Dennis Francis and through him, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on his presidency of the General Assembly at the 78th session. I wish him every success in conducting our work, and I can assure him of our support for his vision, and that is prosperity, growth, and sustainability. I would also like to express to Mr. Saba Korosi, President of the 77th session, my deep gratitude and congratulations for an excellent, for a job well done. I would like to reiterate our support and acknowledgement for the efforts of the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and for his excellent initiative to promote multilateral action. Mr. President, our world today is experiencing a very delicate page in its history where crises and challenges are growing at a time when wars and conflicts are getting worse, and when geopolitical divisions are evident, and where we see a slowing of the implementation of SDGs, and the crisis of indebtedness of developing countries is worsening, where poverty and hunger is increasing, and where the gap between the North and the South is increasing, without even mentioning the unprecedented increase in refugees and migrants and the continuing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the climate crisis. Is this really the world to which we aspire after almost 8 decades since the creation of the United Nations? This is an image that is very distant from the goals and values that this organization is based on. That being said, we call on the creation of new approaches and new means that are more effective to meet the challenges of today. We also call on strengthening cooperation and solidarity at the international level on the basis of common but shared responsibility. We would also like to reiterate the need to truly respect the UN Charter, international law, human rights, by everyone, without politicizing them. That is the way to bolster trust among states and to sustain multilateral action and to achieve security, peace, and development. With this in mind, we hope that this session will be a historical turning point, a new start for the multilateral system and for international cooperation as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, hundreds of millions of people had great hopes in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And yet, what has been achieved to date is significantly below what was hoped for. Bearing that in mind, Tunisia supports the relaunch efforts of the Secretary General to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular practical steps that seek to alleviate the lack of funding. We also welcome the fact that the Secretary General has set up a response group to the global crises, the financing crisis, food crisis, energy crisis, in order to deal with the impact of the war in Ukraine on food and energy. In this context, we would like to recall the appeal of President Kais Saied of Tunisia during the Summit of Food Systems in Rome to create a strategic stockpile of grain, cereals for the world, which we could use when necessary. And I think it's important to acknowledge that it is clear that the international monetary system has failed. This system, which was created following World War II to provide a safety net for the world, to guarantee lasting financing for development and for the least developed countries. This system, quite to the contrary, has disappointed and has abandoned these countries. Quite even worse, this system has contributed to increasing the gap between advanced countries and developing countries. These developing countries face very difficult choices today, which consist of sharing a large part of their resources to reimburse their debt and servicing the debt, rather than responding to the vital needs of their populations. This is why today we call for substantive reforms of the international financial system and to change global economic governance. This is an essential priority to overcome current difficulties and to pave the way for a more fair system that invests in sustainable development and in future generations. Furthermore, we call on taking serious steps to ensure a recovery of funds looted abroad, to help countries that have been pillaged so that they can base their efforts on their own resources. It's also important to avoid this kind of violations in the future. Mr. President, what the world is experiencing today, impact of climate change, deterioration of ecosystems, a worsening of natural disasters, all of this forces all of us to confront these challenges urgently. That is the absolute priority for us today. And this, in spite of the fact that our countries are not responsible for the current situation of our planet. With that in mind, Tunisia welcomes the initiative of the Secretary General, who called for holding of a summit for a climate ambitions action summit. And in this context, we reiterate the need to continue international efforts and step up these efforts to achieve the needed solutions. All responsible actors should assume their responsibility by providing climate funding to countries who are experiencing the worst damage from the climate crisis. Mr. President, illegal migration has worsened in our geographical area due to the inadequate development of many African states, due to conflicts that are continuing, due to the effects of climate change, without mentioning the fact that criminal networks are exploiting the precarious conditions of thousands of people who are seeking better opportunities in life and are trafficking these people, whether this is from the south of the Mediterranean to the north of the Mediterranean or from sub-Saharan Africa, while reiterating the need to adopt a global approach to tackle this issue of illegal migration, which is by focusing on its root causes rather than simply its consequences. While saying that, we once again would like to reiterate the need for all parties to assume their responsibility, origin countries, transit countries, and destination countries, as well as regional and international organizations. And in this context, we call on the continuation of the process of the International Conference on Development and Migration, which started in Rome, based on a Tunisian and Italian initiative. Tunisia has always dealt with this issue of illegal migration within its possibilities, and given its long standing attachment to human rights and in fulfilling its international obligations. And we can assure you that Tunisia will not accept the arrival of illegal immigrants, a concealed kind of arrival of illegal immigrants. Furthermore, we condemn all political exploitation or media exploitation that is irresponsible of the suffering of the victims of illegal migrants for political purposes. Mr. President, Tunisia has not been an exception to what the world has experienced and continues to experience in terms of challenges, economic challenges, social challenges, living conditions. And we, in spite of these current difficulties, we intend to overcome these difficulties, strengthen our resilience and sustainability in cooperation with our friends and partners while respecting the principles and the guiding principles of our national policies and national destiny. We will continue tirelessly with the process of reform and strengthening good governance and combating corruption in order to strengthen and fine-tune our democracy, the performance of our state institutions, and to put an end to the irresponsible political manipulations that we've seen over the past 10 years. This is all in response to the aspirations of the Tunisian people, who very sincerely on the 25th of July of 2021 expressed their will. The people are attached to their aspirations until this process of reform is completed, in spite of challenges and pressure. We're also intend to strengthen our resilience in the face of challenges, including regional and global challenges, lack of funding, the effects of climate change, the consequences of COVID-19, and our country, as part of a presidential initiative, was the first to call on strengthening international solidarity to combat COVID-19, and that led to the adoption by the Security Council of Resolution 2532, co-sponsored by France. We also will continue our efforts for the empowerment of women and young people to strengthen their participation in public life, in decision making. We are also working on being successful in our transition to a green economy and blue economy, strengthening digital transformation while providing social protection for all our citizens, and to ensure a fair distribution of the fruits of economic growth. And during this very important period, Tunisia while it will count on its own resources, of course, at the same time, we call on our partners to work together constructively as part of our process of reform and modernization, and to support our efforts aimed at economic recovery, based on the link between our common interests and common destinies, as well as based on our intelligent political assessment. Mr. President, Tunisia intends to also support the process of revitalization underway in our organization. In that context, Tunisia has effectively taken part in implementing the Secretary General's report, Our Common Program, and we hope that the Summit of the Future will be an opportunity to reiterate the engagement of everyone to our common principles to build a secure and lasting future for humankind. This also reflects our vision to create a new global order that is more balanced, where there's no hierarchy among states, because the more there's an absence of justice, the more poverty increases, the more terrorism worsens. We need a new vision, a global vision on issues of security and peace, which takes into account the root causes of instability and the trends towards violence and war. Mr. President, the continuation of the historical justice and suffering imposed on the Palestinian people for over 7 decades of occupation, and its entourage of oppression and atrocities, this is unacceptable on a legal and a moral level and a human level. It's unacceptable. The same goes for the silence of the international community, even while the occupation authorities are intent on disregarding international law and its principles, and continue to carry out their policy of aggression and settlement building. It is for this reason that we once again call on the Security Council and the international community to assume its responsibility to force the occupation authorities to respect international law in order to achieve a just and peaceful solution based on agreed legal principles that will put an end to the suffering and occupation of the Palestinian people, and it will allow it to to uh, to recover their legitimate rights, to create an independent, sovereign state that is contiguous geographically in borders of 4th of June 1967 with Jerusalem as its capital. We also call for Palestine to be a fully fledged member of the United Nations. Now, as far as our immediate neighborhood, Tunisia reiterates its commitment to provide all possible assistance to our Libyan neighbors to help them overcome its differences and achieve a political agreement based on inter-Libyan dialogue with the help of the United Nations to preserve the unity and sovereignty of Libya. We reiterate our rejection of any military solutions and any form of interference into the internal affairs of Libya, whether this interference is direct or indirect. Now, along the same lines, we are in favor of seeing a convergence of UN and international efforts to achieve a political solution both in Syria and Yemen to put an end to the sufferings of these two brethren nations and to bring peace and security to them, to preserve their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Tunisia also calls on the cessation, an end of the escalation in Sudan, and to focus on dialogue to try to overcome this crisis. We call on the international community and the United Nations to help Africa to rid itself of crises, that constant crises for which this continent is only marginally responsible. We reiterate the need to endow a moral dimension both on economic efforts by taking into account the interests of African countries. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to remind us that we are at a crossroads. Given the scale of the risks and challenges that are unprecedented, that affect everyone and that threaten our world and threaten our future generations, the choices we make, which are should be based on long-term vision and our engagement to our humanity, based on our belief in our common destiny and our attachment to the UN Charter, to the principle of solidarity and cooperation, and the responsibility. These decisions will play a decisive role to endow the internet multilateral system with credibility. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Þórdís Kolbrún Reykjör Gylfadóttir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Mr. President, Jörundur Valtýsson, Excellencies. First, I would like to thank all those whose daily work is dedicated to the United Nations and its ideals. All across the globe, people work in the name of the United Nations, wearing the colors and emblems of this organization, giving their effort in the pursuit of making our world a better place. Thank you. Thank you also to those who are responsible for keeping the buildings and offices clean and ready for business. Thank you to those who make sure that technology runs smoothly
to the translators and security staff, to the diplomats of the member states and those who are entrusted with making decisions and bearing the responsibility of managing the day-to-day operations of the United Nations. In a large organization, each individual must do their part, and every task, no matter how mundane, is done in the name of our common cause and deserves to be done well. Everyone has a role to play, and all those roles are important. Mr. President, this week has been dominated by discussions of the many and serious problems that humankind faces. Most of these pressing problems do not respect national borders. We are now, more than ever in the history of humankind, in a state of mutual reliance and dependence. The problems created by some of us often have dire consequences for others. A disruption in production in one part of the world impacts the well-being of people in another. Hateful rhetoric that is used for political gain in one country can spread with the speed of light across borders and poison public discourse in another. But there are other and more uplifting parts of this reality. Solutions that are discovered in any distant region of the world can be transported and utilized across the globe in an instant. New ideas in culture, in science, and in political thought don't respect any national boundaries. Being interconnected also means that people are aware of each other's humanity. But sadly, at the same time, when we need it the most, multilateralism is in serious crisis. I believe that we are at a critical juncture, that when we look back at these times, 30 years from now, we will either look back with absolute sadness and horror to the catastrophe that could have been avoided, or these times will be considered a moment of strength when the international system showed that it could withstand its toughest test without breaking apart. We need to take the long view and contemplate how our actions today will look a few decades from now. How leaders act and how institutions respond will determine the difference between hope and despair. This means the United Nations, and this means us, the people who are entrusted with positions of leadership and service. In this regard, we all have a role to play, and each role is important. Mr. President, this year marks the halfway point for the ambitious Sustainable Development Goals set out in 2015. It is estimated that only 15% of the SDGs are currently on track for completion by 2030. Plainly speaking, it is half time, and we are down by a big margin. During this week, some positive steps have been taken at the SDG Summit, but it will be actions, not words, that count. Iceland presented its second voluntary national review in July. As with many others, we have a mixed story to tell. Some of our goals are on track, others are simply not. My government remains committed to the timely implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030. As for most of us, the second half will be decisive. The Paris Agreement is also in jeopardy. Over the past months, we have witnessed the increased intensity of climate change and natural disasters in the form of flooding, drought, and extreme weather patterns. Wildfires are battering every corner of the world. These have local and global ramifications, including increased food insecurity, poverty, and hunger. This is not just a threat to some in distant parts of the world. This is an existential threat to us all. And it is the most vulnerable, especially women and children and poorer communities, that bear the brunt of these events. There are the consequences of problems that they had no part in creating. Mr. President, where there is hope, it continues to be in cooperation and in a multilateral approach to solving problems. A recent example is the historic agreement reached earlier this year on marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction under the auspices of UNCLOS, our Constitution of the Ocean. The BBNJ agreement is a testament to the importance and effectiveness of multilateralism when it comes to tackling the triple planetary threat of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It was an important milestone that Iceland is proud to have contributed to. Mr. President, December marks the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is a milestone worth celebrating. The world has long since learned that when the rights of people are denied in one state, there is a real danger that the effect will be felt by others. Just as domestic violence is a societal problem, not a family matter, brutal treatment of citizens in one state of the UN is a matter that concerns us all. Earlier this month, Iceland formally presented its candidature to the United Nations Human Rights Council for the term 2025 till 27. Human rights are a key pillar of Iceland's foreign and development policy, based on the conviction that all human rights are universal, indivisible, interrelated, interdependent, and mutually reinforcing. Our candidature is endorsed by the other Nordic countries. Member states in the Human Rights Council do not have to be perfect. None of us are. We can all do better, and we should all aim to do better. Mr. President, we are seeing a serious degradation of human rights in many member states. Women and girls in Afghanistan can't go to school. Their basic freedoms are taken from them, and they live under cruel and violent suppression. I salute the bravery of the women within Afghanistan and outside who continue to bring the attention of the world to the horrors perpetrated by the Taliban. In Iran, the authorities continue to deny women freedom and punish those who dissent. We should all listen to the voices of people who put themselves in danger by openly fighting for human rights. We are seeing degradation in the rights of LGBTI+ communities in many places. Of all the things that people choose to worry about, I simply can never understand why people should not be allowed the freedom to love and be loved for who they are. Mr. President, the shocking treatment of women by many countries and the blatant inequalities in even more countries are not only a terrible, sad, and unfair situation for the women of those countries, because quite frankly, it simply does not make any sense. I come from a country that is considered to have a very strong record when it comes to gender equality. And Iceland is fortunate enough to be a society that has developed from being among the poorest in Europe to one of the most prosperous since we became an independent republic almost 80 years ago. The fact of our equality and the fact of our prosperity are strongly linked. We do not have gender equality in Iceland because it's a luxury that we can afford. It is gender equality that has simply made us strong. Mr. President, in Belarus, opponents of the regime are jailed and exiled while the rulers align themselves with Russia's war in Ukraine. All of those who dedicate themselves to ensuring human rights and freedoms for the people of Belarus deserve to be listened to and supported. And there are so many other places around the world where people are being punished for their opinions and for challenging authorities. Civil society, media, and freedom of speech are being undermined, not only in autocratic countries, but all over the world. Cases of people being arbitrarily detained by governments are on the rise and are deeply troubling. There is a trend in the direction of deterioration of democratic values and civil rights, often led by populist politicians who offer simplistic solutions to complex problems. They spread suspicion, peddle misinformation, and foster polarization in their societies. And this poses a dilemma. Those who undermine democratic norms do so under the protection of the same human rights that they are attacking. And while some of these rights are misused, it is also clear that we will need to rely on human-made solutions to our human-made problems. And this will rely on the creative and innovative thinking of individuals who have the freedom to express their thoughts, to challenge the status quo, and to test their ideas, services, and products in an open and competitive society. Artificial intelligence asks some serious questions that will demand close multilateral cooperation to avoid the very real risk of this technology becoming a tool of destruction rather than creation. And we must also bear in mind that the promise of human rights and freedom applies to individuals, but does not necessarily extend to state-sponsored propaganda or artificially generated misinformation that is intended to sow discord and disunity. Freedom of expression is for human beings, not for programmed bots that spread hate, lies, and fear. Because human rights are for human beings. Mr. President, military coups are proliferating in Africa, the situation in Sudan is deteriorating, the Taliban regime tightens the grip in Afghanistan, the military junta in Myanmar continues to commit atrocities, and the conflict between Israel and Palestine frequently flares up with a two-state solution nowhere in sight. Russia's war of territorial aggression is not only a brutal assault on Ukraine and its people, it is also an unprecedented affront to the international system. This madness has been ongoing for over 18 months and is the sole responsibility of a permanent member of the Security Council, which should be acting on behalf of the UN membership as a guardian of international peace and security. But instead, the Russian Federation chooses to viciously attack a neighboring country in complete violation of the UN Charter and international law. Iceland is proud to have been at the helm when the Council of Europe decided last May to establish a register for damage incurred by the Russian invasion in Ukraine. This is an important step in seeking reparation after the war and holding perpetrators to account. Every country of the world and humankind as a whole stands to lose if the international community allows wars of neo-colonial conquest by large powers against its neighbors. There are many gray zones in world affairs, but this is not one of them. Russia is the aggressor and must be stopped. Ukraine is rightly defending its land and by extension our international system. And Ukraine must be supported. Mr. President, mankind does not only create problems. We also create solutions, and some of these solutions border on being miraculous. In fact, this very organization and the system of international and multilateral cooperation, of which is both the pinnacle and foundation, is an example of man-made solution to man-made problems. But maintaining relevance and importance throughout many decades is not an easy task. It falls to the organization itself, but more crucially, to its member states, to avoid the pitfalls that put in jeopardy all organizations as they age, that they can take on a life of their own, increasingly independent from their original aims. We will need to be creative, innovative, and willing to look critically at how things are done, with the aim of finding ever better ways of serving the states and the people of the world. We need reforms to the United Nations Security Council that reflect a much changed and evolved world since the institution was set up. And we need more high-level dialogue that is open and unscripted, where the people responsible for the making important decisions can engage with each other, exchange views. Sometimes it is difficult to talk to people that you don't agree with, but I have never found it to be harmful. The people of this organization and us, people who hold positions of leadership in member states, are all human beings that benefit from being in the company of other human beings. The United Nations must be modern and change with times. This system, a miracle of the human spirit when it was first set up, must earn its legitimacy over and over again, as new generations replace those who hold memories of why our current world order, with all its flaws, is still vastly and completely superior to any other alternative. And we have no alternative but to adapt. We all have a role to play, and each role is important. And failure is not an option. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sameh Hussein Shukri Salem, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it gives me pleasure to address you in the name of the Arab Republic of Egypt as a representative of her voice and her vision, and as representative of a noble country that has its own civilizational contributions throughout history and which carries out an important role in promoting international and regional peace and stability. Egypt was at the forefront of countries that joined the United Nations and has contributed to designing the goals and principles underpinning the raison d'etre of the United Nations. Egypt has for decades been committed fully to the Charter towards the promotion of international peace and prosperity and sustainable development. However, our world today faces a persistent question related to the efficiency of multilateral action and multilateral system, and how efficient is this system, or capable this system is to grapple with the current challenges. In fact, a lot of discussions have been held regarding the reform and development of this international organization, especially after developing countries, including Egypt, have found themselves grappling with cascading and interlocking crises in which they have no stake. And without adequate support from international organizations that have been established and created to support our legitimate development aspirations. Having said that, I would like to share with you the Egyptian vision, which wishes to shed light on a number of priorities to restore trust and efficiency of multilateral action as follows. First, in a world mainly characterized by interdependence and globalization, no party is secure unless everyone is secure, and no region is stable unless all regions are stable. Our collective security lies in our joint action and in the application of the principles of the UN Charter rather than selectivity and double standards. The challenges that we are grappling with, given their complexity, interrelatedness, and diversity, such as conflicts, food insecurity, and pervasive terrorism, to name a few, this makes it incumbent of us to find solutions. However, we find that the international organization is still incapable to find those solutions, and this illustrates that we are totally far from achieving the principles and purposes of the Charter. The serious repercussions of the conflict in Ukraine has proved that we cannot guarantee the stability and security of any party without exclusively of the other. Thus, Egypt has taken active steps with her Arab and African neighbors through creating the Arab Contact Group and participating in the African Leaders Initiative to put an end to the bloodshed and to find a peaceful settlement for the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. Secondly, the multilateral international action in the post-World War II era has unveiled a structural deficiency in the way whereby we address political, economic, social, and security crises. which was mainly characterized by the monopoly by major powers of the right to take a decision in total indifference to the aspirations of peoples and communities. And in this regard, we insist on the Isilwini consensus and the Sirte Declaration to undo the historic injustice that was sustained by our continent by way of expanding the African representation in the Security Council by securing 2 permanent seats for Africa with full privileges and prerogatives. Also, Egypt has supported the mechanisms towards promoting joint action with developing countries, and it was in the forefront of countries that founded the groupings of those countries, and we look forward to playing an active role in the BRICS to advocate the interests and aspirations of 30% of the global economy in the global south. Third, we are in dire need to restore trust in the economic tools of the global system to enable the same to address the urgent development aspirations of peoples and to take all the steps necessary to prevent conflicts. And this makes it incumbent of us to uphold the role of the international organization. And in this regard, it is very important for the international community to synergize its efforts and to take constructive steps in order to reform the international financial structure and to develop the international financial system to enable developing countries to regain and to go back on track of achieving the SDGs by way of promoting the financing tools, including the SDRs from the IMF. And this also calls upon us to look into the best ways of allocating those SDRs, in addition to the importance of shedding light and developing the practices of multilateral development banks by way of creating more financing tools such as concessional loans and grants, in addition to improving the access by developing countries to those banks according to their national priorities. It's high time we reformed the international, the World Trade Organization on the basis of rules. Actually, if we are speaking about acceleration of the achievement of SDG, this should be coupled with looking into ways to relieve poor countries of their indebtedness. Otherwise, this will cause more economic crunch. Thus, we have to take immediate steps to address this crisis by way of creating a sustainable and comprehensive mechanism to look into the debts of low-income and middle-income countries, in addition to looking into the restructuring of the complex structure of debts, as well as the patterns of indebtedness, as well as swap of debts through development projects. This will eventually transform the challenges of debts into an opportunity towards just transition to green economy. Fourth, the world is grappling with an existential threat, namely climate change, as climate events has become part and parcel of our daily life, including floods, hurricanes, and drought. International reports stress that the world is not on track to address the climate challenge, especially in relation to the adequate financing for developing countries to support the implementation of their national pledges. And in this regard, and given the fact that Egypt is totally convinced of the importance of transformation, in Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27, we managed to mobilize international consensus to achieve climate justice, and we reached balanced decisions based on the agreed responsibilities and principles as per the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and through an international, as an international community, we managed to achieve historic progress as regards climate change, as well as the establishment of a track towards just transformation in development. Also, we focused on expansion of using renewable energy. As president of the COP, and given that the efforts made at present are not up to the challenge, and given the fact that certain countries have reneged on their pledges and some other countries have even posed protective customs, and in order to achieve success in the COP28 in the UAE, I would like to stress the importance of the pledges and the agreements that we have reached, especially the Loss and Damage Fund, and the importance of providing the finances necessary to achieve this goal. Fifth, our vision for developing this international organization should take into consideration the new challenges, especially the scarcity of natural resources, including water, drinking water, which was enough for about 1 billion persons in the last millennium. Today, it needs to be adequate for almost 8 billion. That's why we do welcome the outcomes of the historic conference of the United Nations for water in 2023. And in this regard, I would like to highlight my country, as Egypt is going through a severe water crisis as well. And it is one of the least rainy countries, whereas the population of Egypt exceeds 105 million persons. This led to a decrease in the per capita quota of water, in addition to the water deficiency, which deficit of 50%, and this compels us to reuse the limited amount of water available for more than one time. Also, we do import virtual water in the form of food for $15 billion annually. Egypt depends on the River Nile by 98%. Thus, Egypt is more vulnerable to any unsustainable use of the water of the river. And here I would like to stress our unwavering position, which is based on the international law, as we do refuse any unilateral procedures regarding the management of transboundary water. For example, the Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which was created without consultation and without previous adequate studies or even other studies for the impacts of the riparian states. But even Ethiopia has gone further by filling and operating unilaterally this dam, thus violating the principles of the international law and the Declaration of the Principles of 2015 and the Presidential Statement of 2021. Notwithstanding these unilateral practices on the part of Ethiopia, Egypt is keen on seriously engaging in the current negotiations, which has extended for more than 1 decade, in order to achieve or to reach a binding agreement on the rules of filling and operation, which maintains the joint interests. And we continue honestly to work with Ethiopia to reach an agreement which takes into consideration the interests of Egypt, the Sudan, and Ethiopia. And it should not be erroneously thought that a de facto would be imposed on us. Sixth, one of the most important pillars of the international organization is that it can promote human rights, whether be they political, economic, social, or cultural, away from politicization or double standards. And I'm here wondering, what is the moral what is the moral evidence of the sublimity of one system of values as compared to others. We do warn against the phenomena of discrimination and hatred, such as Islamophobia, and the manifestations thereof, including setting the Holy Quran on fire, as these events are very dangerous. And in this regard, we would like to commend the Danish initiative. We also believe in the responsibility of the state and its institutions and its communities to promote human rights. Thus, Egypt at the national level has taken strides in promoting the rights of her citizens, and it has launched the National Strategy for Human Rights and the Strategy for Enabling the Egyptian Woman, the strategy of fighting violence against women, and Egypt has taken steps to enable youth as well as the disabled. Egypt also gives priority to the principle of citizenship, fighting discrimination, and protecting religious freedoms. Seventh, the United Nations have been created in order to spare and save the successive generations from the scourge of conflict. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the world has, through the last 78 years, witnessed wars and conflicts that have claimed the lives of millions of innocent people. However, this should not make us lose faith in the United Nations. And we do believe in the principles of the Charter. Thus, Egypt has for half a century been working to be a pillar of stability and security, and it was the first to make peace in the Middle East. And currently, we are very concerned regarding the practices of the occupation power in the Palestinian territories, the matter that might threaten the Aqaba and the Sharm el-Sheikh meetings and the outcomes thereof. And we do support the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people to establish their independent state on the borders of 4th of June 1967, with Eastern Jerusalem as its capital, according to the Security Council and the General Assembly resolutions. And we call upon all powers loving peace to take this opportunity to salvage the two-state solutions. Egypt is also working towards creating peace in the Sudan, Libya, Syria, and Yemen, according to the international law and the international legitimacy. And Egypt supports the efforts, the anti-terrorism efforts in Africa through our presidency of the Global Forum of Anti-Terrorism. Egypt has launched the summit for the neighboring countries of the Sudan in order to coordinate the efforts of all countries neighboring the Sudan to settle the current crisis and to mitigate the humanitarian repercussions thereof. We are also working towards a ceasefire and finding a sustainable political solution. Egypt also supports a Libyan political solution according to the principle of national ownership. Meanwhile, it's important to overcome the transitional period and to start and to conduct the presidential and parliamentary elections. Meanwhile, Egypt also stresses the importance of the withdrawal, the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all foreign forces from Libya, as well as all the mercenaries from Libya. And we do renew our refusal and the categorical refusal and rejection of encroaching on the legitimate legislation role of the Libyan parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, that was our vision to restore trust in the multilateral organization by giving impetus to action according to the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules of the international community, as well as capitalizing on the role of international organizations, chiefly amongst which the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Excellencies, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 13th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.